Okay, so we are now online in streaming, and I think we can start this meeting today. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Paolo Tarolli, Professor Paolo Tarolli from University of Padova, and today I have the role to chair this international workshop on remote sensing. And looking at the registration, we had more than 800 people that registered online. Now we have more than 200. Probably there will be a kind of delay in joining us, but that is okay. People are coming from different countries. I saw from the email, East Asia, Europe, Africa, but also South of America. It was really a great response for the topic we are discussing today. We will discuss in more detail about remote sensing. That, of course, is a big topic. But we will focus on a specific aspect of remote sensing. We will focus on the application of remote sensing for land degradation analysis and the sustainable management of agroforestry system. The workshop is organized by the Italian Society of Agricultural Engineering. So mainly the speakers are from Italy, but we have a very high quality group coming from also other countries as invited speaker. In total, 22 talks, 5 international invited speakers, and 17 speakers from Italian Academy. Let me summarize a little the day. I will share now my screen. I will show you quickly the program of today. You see my desk clearly?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So
Yes.
today is organized in panels. So we have 4 panels. Each panel is moderated by a moderator. We have panel 1 related to ecosystem that I will moderate. The panel 2 is related to vegetation and land use. Professor Fabrizio Mazzetto will moderate. Panel 3 is digital terrain analysis and soil erosion. And panel 4 is water resource management. Colleague Giuseppe Modica and Claudio Gandolfi will moderate those 2 panels. Some rules, some guidelines for the speaker. Invite a speaker, they have 15 minutes, so please keep this as a mandatory. If you can do less, is good. For example, 40 minutes, then we have more degree and more freedom for the discussion. The same also for the speaker. You have 10 minutes, but try to squeeze up your presentation, going more in detail on the topics. At the end of the presentation, we have 20 minutes discussion. For the 20-minute discussion, I ask the speaker to join to raise questions each other, but also the public can raise questions. And of course, there is a moderator that is moderating the entire discussion. We have a lunch break at 1:20 p.m. It's just a 50 minutes break. We will not close our desk or screen, so you can leave it open. Simply just put you in ghost shadow, so without audio, without a video, so we can have this rest. And then we will be back again on 2:10. Another useful information to manage the day is the how it works, the Zoom webinar. Zoom webinar is not like other version, so the public attendees cannot join us with video or with a microphone, but they can write. They have 2 options to write. So there is chat where they can just add the free chat among themselves. So they can say there, hello, I'm from India, I'm from this university, good morning to everyone. And then there is another tool, it's called questions and answer. Please use this tool to raise questions to the speaker. So my suggestion is during the presentation, if you have a question, add here your question, and then at the end of all the presentation, we use this question to stimulate the discussion. So here we, so the public, but also us as a panelist, we can add questions. And another point, certificate of participation. Yes, we can do this. Please email me at my email, your name, surname, university and country, and please add as email subject certification for the webinar of 27 November. So that's it. I will give the word to the president of our association, Giacomo Scarascia Mugnozza, for a welcome speech.
Thank you, Paolo. Good morning to everyone. Good morning and welcome to all the participants to this international webinar. I am very, very glad to be the opening of this international webinar. As Paolo said, my name is Giacomo Scarascia. I am full professor of agricultural buildings, structures and environment at the University of Bari, Italy. And currently, I am also the president of the Italian Society of Agriculture Engineering. I would like to thank especially Professor Paolo Tarolli of the University of Padova and all the colleagues involved in the organization, not only, but also all the international and national speakers and the audience for attending this challenging meeting on remote sensing. As Paolo said before, the workshop is sponsored by our society, the Italian Society of Agriculture Engineering. We are an association founded in 1959 that promotes initiatives to facilitate the application of engineering principles, biosystem engineering, to study, model, and enhance biological system for sustainable development of agriculture, food production, land use, and environment. Currently, the association counts around 300 affiliated from 23 different universities in Italy. But AIIA, our society, is also member of European Association of Agricultural Engineering, EURAGENG, and also of the international CIGR, Comité International de Génie Rural. The association has also a journal, an international journal, referred journal. It is the Journal of Agricultural Engineering, JAE, that is indexed, Scopus, and Web of Science, and currently is Q2 in engineering. So I wish and I hope that all of you are interested in publication of scientific paper to send their contribution to the Journal of Agriculture Engineering. The topic of this workshop is challenging, indeed, and it is aligned with the UN Agenda 2030. That is to say, sustainable development goals, especially zero hunger, climate action, life, and land use. So I saw the presentation and the contents of this webinar. I congratulate with all the participants. And I believe that today it will be really an interesting workshop and with a high scientific level. So in conclusion, I wish you a very fruitful and successful meeting to everybody. Thank you, Paolo. Thank you to everybody. And good morning.
Thank you, Giacomo, for your kind word. I'm looking at the number of participants. Now we are 253, so they are coming, they are rising. So this is very good. So let's go. Let's start with the panel one. The panel one, I will moderate the panel one. The panel one is related to ecosystem. And the first speaker is an invited talk. Will be Matthias Volker from Technical University of Dresden, so Germany. So, but also a co-author from Vienna University of Technology. Matthias, you have 15 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning to Italy. Hello world. Thank you for inviting me to this workshop. I will give an overview about Earth observation, machine learning, and ecosystem modeling for agricultural drought monitoring and impact prediction. The work that I'm going to present is a cooperation between my former colleagues at the Technical University in Vienna, Wouter Dorigo, Laura Crocetti, and other colleagues from the DRIPEN project, which is an ESA, European Space Agency funded project to produce novel Earth observation data for improved agricultural drought impact forecasting. In this slide, you see drought impacts in the Pannonian Basin. The Pannonian Basin is an area in southeastern Europe that is heavily agriculturally used, like 70% of the land cover is agriculture. And this region is also frequently affected by droughts. In this figure, you see the number of reported drought impacts. So our colleagues from Czech Globe and the University of Brno, they went into old newspapers and reports to see where was a drought impact on agriculture, forestry, soil, wildfires, or hydrology reported. And you see that we have, in the last years, a frequently reporting of drought impacts in this region. And also the last 2 years, 2018 and 19, were drought events in this region. So if you look at these time series, you can say in the last like 10 years, almost every second year was a drought in this region. So it is really important to monitor the development and spatial distribution of droughts. And therefore we can use on the one hand meteorological data and of course also Earth observation data. In this figure, you see 3 drought indicators. The first one is a standardized precipitation evapotranspiration index from a meteorological reanalysis, and then 2 remote sensing based indicators. Here in the middle, the evaporative stress index, which uses thermal data from MODIS, and the soil water index, which is based on microwave satellite observations from the ASCAD instrument. If you look at the maps, and these maps shows a drought event in 2012, you see, actually in this year, the drought was really intensive in this region, but you also see that the spatial patterns are different between these indicators. On the one hand, you see, well, from the meteorological reanalysis, we only can get coarse spatial resolution. With the ESI based from MODIS, we get higher resolution. And with the soil water index from the microwave instrument, we get also kind of coarse resolutions. And you also see actually the spatial patterns are slightly different. So that means if we want to understand drought from remote sensing, it's usually not enough to just look at one indicator, because another indicator might tell you more about the drought. This figure shows drought indicators that are more related to vegetation. If you would use remote sensing data to study drought impacts on vegetation, probably you would start with looking at the normalized difference vegetation index. But there are alternatives. For example, vegetation optical depths, which is also from microwave satellites, and this is an indicator of vegetation water content. What you see in this figure with this VOD data, we can get a much higher temporal resolution. And the third one is the sun-induced fluorescence. Sun-induced fluorescence is a proxy for photosynthetic activity. That means if you want to study drought impacts on vegetation, it's actually a really suitable variable to study effects on productivity. But if you look on the map, this data is only available at a coarse spatial resolution. So for practical applications at the field scale, this kind of data is not really useful. Yeah, we have to do something with it. Many of these remote sensing data sets are already operationally available, for example, through the Copernicus services of the European Union. For example, if you go to the Copernicus Global Land Service, you find variables on vegetation, on soil moisture. You can get a near real-time estimates of the surface soil moisture from Sentinel-1, for example, to study the drought in your agricultural area. And some of these products are also already operationally included in drought monitoring portals. This is a screenshot from the droughtwatch.eu portal, and our project is also contributing to this portal. And you see here a map of the soil water index from the advanced scatterometer from yesterday. So it was yesterday, and you see yesterday there were dry conditions in southeastern Europe, also dry conditions in parts of Italy. So we can get from remote sensing already now operationally near real-time products on drought conditions. And this portal also provides actually estimates on drought impacts on vegetation, at the moment only for the Pannonian region. Well, it's nice to have such kind of products, but as you have seen, many of these products have a very coarse spatial resolution. For example, if you look at this map, this is the footprint of some typical sensors to estimate soil moisture, SMAP and SCAT. And here you see one agricultural site in Austria. And obviously we would think, well, this kind of information is not really useful for my small site in Austria. So what we need to do to make this data somehow useful for our applications, we need to downscale it to the field site. And my colleague, Luca Zappa, he developed a method where he combined these coarse scale satellite estimates of soil moisture with measurements of low-cost sensors from the field scale. So this is a low-cost sensor, it's like 50 euros, and we placed the sensor in this agricultural area, and we wanted to predict from the satellite observations the local variability in space and time of soil moisture. So what he did is he used the coarse scale satellite data, he used the in situ measurements from the low-cost sensors, we combined it into a machine learning approach, and we used random forest to do it, to predict soil moisture at high resolution at the field scale. This figure shows you the performance of the machine learning model. And in each model, we always used the satellite soil moisture, and then we used additionally certain predictor variables about vegetation conditions, soil texture, or topography. You see, it does not really matter if we use soil texture or topography to do this downscaling. And what is interesting, also just with topography, we can get similar estimates like with soil texture. So we actually don't need to measure the soil texture. But we see a difference if we also include vegetation information in the downscaling. So then the model performances increase. And this actually suggests if we want to estimate local variabilities in, for example, soil moisture from satellite observations, we should also consider information from optical sensors about the vegetation state. So you saw we can use Earth observation data as input to machine learning approaches, for example, to downscale drought indicators to the field scale. We can use machine learning to identify suitable drought impact indicators, and we can use machine learning to identify key drivers of drought. Well, many people say these machine learning approaches are black boxes. We don't know what's going on. We don't know why they are performing good or bad. And they are trained to a certain observational data, and we actually cannot use these approaches for extrapolation either in space or time. So the alternative would be to use land surface model or agricultural models, crop growth models or ecosystem models, however we want to call them. These models have advantages because they contain the physical principles and our understanding of environmental processes, and they can provide also information in regions where we don't have observations. And these models are used for long-term predictions, for example, also for climate impacts on agriculture. On the other hand, many observational people would say, well, all of these models are not performing good, they are actually wrong. If we would just continue with these two statements, we cannot use machine learning for extrapolation, and the models are wrong, we wouldn't have any chance to predict drought impacts on agriculture. So we have to overcome these opinions. And in the following, I will give you two examples how we actually combine Earth observation data, machine learning, and land surface models, specifically to estimate drought impacts on fires. In this figure, you see the burned area observed from satellites in South America, and here the simulated burned area from a fire model. What you see is obviously that the spatial distribution of the burned area does not fit at all, so the fire model is wrong. But what we can do is we combine the satellite observations with the model results to check why the model is wrong and then to improve it. And if we do this, we can get much better model simulations that fit more the observational patterns. This is one approach to combine observations and models to make better predictions, let's say for medium to long-term dynamics of ecosystems. We also wanted to see why these models are actually performing wrong to predict fire as a drought impact. So what we did is we combined satellite observations with machine learning to see what are the drivers of burned area. And you see the results from satellite observations and machine learning as this gray line. And you see if the plant productivity increases in the previous season, we get larger burned area because we get the accumulation of fuel. And we did the same analysis for fire models, and we see fire models cannot reproduce this relationship because they don't account properly for the effect of plant productivity on fuel accumulation. So what we did is we developed a fire model based on the observations, and with this fire model we were then also able to identify global controls on fire variability. Okay, so just my take-home message is we should overcome different preconceptions, like the preconceptions machine learning approaches are black boxes and they cannot be used for extrapolation, and the preconceptions that ecosystem models would be wrong. And also on the other hand, on the remote sensing side, some people just rely on optical data to study vegetation. Other groups rely just on microwave data to study, for example, soil moisture. If we want to get a complete and consistent understanding of drought and drought impacts, we actually need to combine these different data streams, and we need to combine Earth observation data with machine learning and ecosystem models. Yes, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions either now or later.
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you. Very, very just good with time. Okay, we can move to the next speaker now. That has 10 minutes because it's not an invited. Next speaker is Hassan Awada, sorry for the pronunciation, from University of Sassari. Please.
Good morning. I'm Hassan Awada from the University of Sassari, and I'm going to present about Landsat-based surface energy balance modeling of daily actual evapotranspiration in a Mediterranean ecosystem. As we know, the evapotranspiration process is controlled by energy exchange at the soil plant atmosphere system and can be estimated by remote sensing and computational models using the surface energy balance approach. This approach is cost-effective, provides spatially distributed data in comparison to local ground-based measurements. And this approach can be a good support for assessment or management of natural ecosystems. Our general objective here is to assess a single source surface energy balance model with Landsat satellite images in simulating daily actual evapotranspiration over a coastal Mediterranean maquis ecosystem. Specifically, we are going to test the evaporative fraction diurnal self-preservation and the evapotranspiration upscaling method based on in situ flux measurements, and we are going to evaluate the SEBAL model performance in estimating instantaneous and daily surface energy fluxes. It's important here to note that this application will be further used for further environmental, and the results of this study is going to be used in further environmental and hydrological applications. Our case study is a natural reserve, Northwest Sardinia Island in Italy. The area is characterized by a Mediterranean semi-arid climate, and the ecosystem is typically coastal Mediterranean maquis, consisting mainly of juniper, lentisk, tree filaria, and dwarf fan palm. This area was investigated from 2009 to 2014. We selected 23 Landsat 5 images and 7 Landsat 8 images to represent the period from 2009 to 2014. We also obtained half-hourly flux measurement data from a micrometeorological station present in the study area. The sensible heat flux and the latent heat flux were monitored by eddy covariance technique. All the measured fluxes were corrected by forcing the energy closer using the Bowen ratio technique. As I said, we utilized the SEBAL model to obtain instantaneous and daily latent heat flux. The model estimates the net radiation as a balance between incoming and outgoing short and long wave radiation. The soil heat flux is empirically estimated by the model from the net radiation, land surface temperature, and vegetation indices, and the sensible heat flux is estimated also from land surface temperature, surface roughness, and wind speed. The latent heat flux is estimated by the model as a residue from the surface energy balance equation after obtaining all the rest of the energy components. This model utilizes the instantaneous evaporative fraction to upscale instantaneous fluxes to daily fluxes under the hypothesis of the daytime self-preservation of this so-called evaporative fraction. So let's go to the results of our application. Here, the figures that you see here is obtained only from in situ measured data. This is the daytime variability of a 30-minute scaled evaporative fraction. We selected only 3 from the 30 days to represent the daytime variability, and then we show in the results on the rest of the selected images. As we can see on those 3 days, the evaporative fraction obtained from the micrometeorological station is relatively self-preserved and non-variable during daytime. Each of these obtained evaporative fraction on a half-hour basis was used to upscale instantaneous flux to daily actual evapotranspiration in an approach similar to that used by the Sebal model. Here again, we are using only measured data. We are not using any the Sebal model. Here, it's only data from the micrometeorological station. These circles represent the upscaled daily actual evapotranspiration. The black line is the measured actual evapotranspiration, and the red dashed lines are 50% of an acceptable error corresponding to energy balance closure. The vertical line indicates the near acquisition time. In our case, it was at 9:55 a.m. And as we can observe on this date, that the evaporative fraction obtained from measured data yielded good daily actual evapotranspiration estimation, particularly near our selected images acquisition time. Okay. Each of those, as I said, the same approach was done for the 30 images, and the results are represented here. Here we are comparing the upscaled, also from measured data, the upscaled evapotranspiration to the measured evapotranspiration. And we can see that using ground observed data, that the evaporative fraction yielded relatively good daily actual evapotranspiration estimation. Here we pass to the application of Sebal. We applied the Sebal model on the 30 selected images, and we are comparing here. We used the evaporative fraction as a means to validate the model performance on a natural ecosystem. We can observe here that the model was able to simulate instantaneous fluxes with relatively high accuracy. However, when we upscale these instantaneous fluxes, we notice a decrease of the model efficiency. This can be attributed to the accumulation of errors coming from instantaneous flux estimation or from the upscaling method used. Another source of uncertainty here can be even the energy balance closure issues. That is typical in an ecosystem similar to that studied here, which is characterized with a high variability, even on small scale. To conclude, we noticed that in situ measured fluxes data confirmed that the self-preservation of evaporative fraction and the effectiveness of the upscaling of instantaneous latent heat flux, particularly near the selected landside seat acquisition time. The Sebal model estimated instantaneous fluxes were valid over natural vegetation. Upscaling this instantaneous latent heat flux to daily values added errors to the superimposition of the model instantaneous flux estimation errors or the upscaling method. However, as we said, uncertainties can be even attributed to both instantaneous and daily surface energy balance closure errors. However, we consider the results positively. We consider that the Sebal model can facilitate vegetation water studies in that limited area with relatively accepted reliability, taking into consideration the complexity of the studied natural ecosystem. It's important here to highlight that in other studies that used 170 flux tower data, demonstrated that energy balance closure is problematic in natural and forest ecosystem, and the error can arrive to 30%. We consider that this application can represent a valuable tool that better represents the spatial and temporal variability of evapotranspiration. This specialized data by itself or integrated in hydrological modeling can be a great resource for environmental studies and water source management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can stop your screen now. Let's move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Flavia Tauro from University of Tuscia. And she's going to talk about evapotranspiration using drought. Also, here we are on drought. So, Hassan, please stop to share your screen, please. Okay, Flavia, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Paolo and everyone. So I'm sharing my screen. It's very nice to see so many colleagues all together today. And I would like to especially thank you, Paolo, and all the organizing committee for the meeting. So my name is Flavia Tauro. I am from University of Tuscia. Just let me, okay. And my talk today focuses on a multi-platform approach to dissect the evapotranspiration response to drought of black poplar. So poplars are a forest species that are important feedstocks for a second-generation bioenergy production. It's been demonstrated that advanced generation genomics and phenomics technologies may be an efficient strategy toward genetic improvement of such species, and that it can ultimately lead to poplars be grown on marginal lands. So with the aim in mind of improving genomics and phenomics techniques, in a past work, we have developed an F2 intraspecific crossing of Populus nigra. So we developed a population of more than 4,600 trees corresponding to 500 genotypes, and tested their response to diverse water conditions in an experimental plot in Savigliano, in Piemonte. So the experimental setup comprised two plots. In one plot, we created moderate drought conditions. So we basically did not irrigate the trees, while in the adjacent plot, we simulated well-watered conditions by irrigating the trees based on potential evapotranspiration. So in this previous work, we had UAV surveys, and we reconstructed thermal mosaics, and by applying some image-based segmentation procedures, we identify very meaningful biological data. So in this plot, you can see that the response in MDR, so moderate drought, and WW conditions of the entire population. So if we look at the grandparental genotypes, the white markers, they exhibited very divergent behaviors in terms of the thermal response. On the other hand, 25% of the entire population exhibited a drought-tolerant response. So in the work I'm presenting today, we try to take a step forward and try to answer the following questions. So can we compute evapotranspiration at the genotypic level to inform and optimize irrigation strategies? At the same time, can evapotranspiration profiling inform the advanced genetic improvement of poplars against drought? So in order to answer these questions, we had to resort to a very diverse source of data. So we had UAV surveys for thermal and RGB imagery. We had the tree biometrics information and the meteorological data obtained through ground sensing, but we also had to use multispectral imagery from remote sensing. Of course, all of these data sources exhibited a spatial aggregation that was not consistent. So we selected to take all these data sources to the resolution of thermal images captured with the drones. And this involved using some machine learning to go from the remote sensing to close range resolution, and developing a canopy indexing procedure to go from the ground sensing to close range. Okay, so we estimated the latent heat flux through the modified Priestley-Taylor method that you can see here. And in this slide, you can also see that we had to estimate albedo from satellite-based data, long wave resolution from UAV surveys, and the leaf area index from ground-based measurements. So, how did we go from low resolution to high resolution to estimate albedo? We used the data mining sharpener algorithm, so a machine learning algorithm that establishes a statistical relationship between a high resolution index that is obtained from RGB imagery and the low resolution albedo obtained from the satellite. And this enabled us to obtain high resolution albedo. Regarding the leaf area index instead, we had to find a way to bind the tree biometric information obtained through ground sensing to the pixels at the same resolution of thermal mosaics. How did we do this? We developed a canopy indexing procedure where we labeled each pixel to the corresponding tree and genotype. This allowed us to estimate, to give each canopy, to give each tree a specific leaf area index value. So the leaf area was individually estimated through stem diameter and height measurements using allometric relations specifically developed for poplars. And we also took into account abiotic stress, so drought stress, by introducing a coefficient that accounts for the variation in the stem diameter of the entire population. Okay, so in this slide, you can barely see the maps of the evapotranspiration and of the relevant parameters of the Priestley-Taylor method. So if we look on average at the response of the two plots, we can see that in terms of the latent heat flux, as expected, we obtained a much higher value in case of WW, so well-watered conditions, with respect to the moderate drought conditions. If we look at the evaporative fraction, still we see a higher value in case of the WW conditions. If we take a look at the genotypic response, we can see in this first graph, where I've indicated as 5886-1 and poly the grandparental genotypes, we can see that these grandparent genotypes exhibited very divergent behaviors, and this was somehow expected. The parental genotypes, so the F1 genotypes, the mother and fathers of the entire population, that you can see represented with these green and light blue markers in these two histograms, exhibited an intermediate response with respect to the grandparents. Instead, in this history in bars, you can see the response of the entire population. We also focused on the response of the 25 drought-tolerant genotypes that we identified through the previous work on the thermal imagery. And we also found out that they exhibited a statistically significant different behavior if we compare the WW and MDR conditions. So to wrap up, with this work, we demonstrated that the WWET signature was statistically significant different from the MDR settings. Another interesting feature was that genotypes responded in a much more diversified way in case of the drought stress. So we obtained larger standard deviations in the MDR conditions rather than in WW. Finally, we validated our data with soil moisture in situ data that confirmed our predicted variation of about 3 millimeters per day evapotranspiration between MDR and WW conditions. So thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Flavia, to be in time. Very good, very good. Thank you so much. You can stop your to share your screen now. Let's move to the last talk of this panel one. We are very in time, so great. The next speaker is Gabriele Daglio from Free University of Bozen, Italy. And he's going to talk about the comparison of remote and ground sensing technology to compute NDVI values of disease and healthy grape wine. So please share your screen.
Okay,
Gabriele.
you can see my screen. Hello.
Hello, I see you. You can share it.
My screen too?
Yeah, if you have a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all. I'm Gabriele Daglio from University of Bolzano. I will present my work entitled Comparison of Remote and Ground Sensing Technologies to Compute NDVI Values of Diseased and Healthy Grapevine. Viticulture is one of the most important branch in agriculture. And
Gabriele, sorry, I'm not looking at your presentation. You need to share your screen and your presentation,
okay,
right?
I can share again.
No, because you need to share, because I see your camera now, not the text. There is share screen, okay.
Okay, you can see the presentation.
Now, yes, please.
Okay, now, yes. Okay. Comparison of remote and ground sensing technologies to compute NDVI values of diseased and healthy grapevine. Viticulture is one of the most important branches in agriculture, and every year the vineyard may be damaged due to the vegetative stress or disease. Nowadays, both ground sensing and remote sensing can be applied for vineyard monitoring. This work proposed the comparison of two different approaches able to compute the NDVI values of disease and healthy plants in vineyard. The tests were carried out in a vineyard of Vitis vinifera in Piedmont, Italy, where every year a lot of vines suffering from ESCA disease. The experimental plot was the whole vineyard and the 4 rows of Dolcetto and Barbera cultivars. First of all, a manual ground survey was made to assess the health status of the plants. The plants were classified in 3 different classes due to their visual status as healthy, low disease, when they showed the symptoms at leaf level, but the volume of the canopy did not show important reduction, high disease, when the canopy was partially or totally dry, as you can see in the pictures. Furthermore, the position of the plants were georeferenced. The AIIA survey were performed at two different altitudes, 13 and 70 meters, and the flights were performed in automatic mode, except for takeoff and landing phases. The images acquired during the flights were processed with the Pix4D software. Then it was possible to obtain image of in the bands of blue, green, red edge, and near. Then the maps of normalized different vegetation index and the VI and the digital terrain models and the digital surface model were calculated. The output were used for a final processing in QG software. Computing the canopy height model, it was possible to obtain the information about of the canopy of the plant without considering the grassing of the rows. The manual surveys information and the NDVI values were merged, and overlapping the grid with the GNO sites, it was possible to extract the NDVI values associated with each plant. The ground surveys were carried out using a prototype of a tracked vehicle developed to move across the rows, also in severe terrain conditions. The BiLab is electric driven and wireless controlled. For this test was equipped with several devices, one optic sensor, one RTK GNSS unit, and a laptop. From the data collected, it was possible to obtain an NDVI values index. The BiLab during the survey was driven at constant speed over the rows using a radio control, and each semi-canopy, each side of the plants, was scanned. The acquisition of raw data were synchronized by LabVIEW application, and the dataset was analyzed through a specific algorithm developed in MATLAB. Results. For the healthy plants, by observation, the NDVI values obtained by the UAV system, average values of NDVI equal to 0.76 and 70 were obtained from Dolcetto, and the similar values were obtained for the Barbera cultivars. The values obtained by the BiLab in the two repetition can be considered similar to those obtained by the first system. About the low disease plants, the NDVI values collected by the UAV system are similar to those the healthy plants considering the same system. However, the BiLab give lower NDVI values for low disease plants compared with the healthy ones. NDVI values associated to the high disease plants are generally lower than those healthy plants. The WAV system gives in some cases NDVI values similar to the healthy plants. The values obtained with the BiLab are lower than those obtained with the WAV system. In conclusion, the two systems are able to give information about the state of health of the plants. The NDVI values observed for the plants with high degrees of disease are always low if compared with the health of the healthy ones. For some cases where the values are similar. Plants with low disease degrees show values similar to those of healthy plants. This is probably due that the symptoms were still not evident enough. With the UAV system, it is possible to monitor large areas in short time, while with the BiLab, it's necessary more time for the survey. In terms of data storage, the information collected with the BiLab are larger than those collected with the UAV system. While the BiLab observes the plant canopies from the side, lateral sides, the UAV system observes it from the above. If there are overlaps between plants, the second system may encounter problems in assessing the correct NDVI values. In fact, high NDVI values obtained for plant considered high disease can be due to the overlapping of part of the canopy of close healthy plants. Finally, both survey systems can be used to reproduce descriptive maps useful to the farmer to quickly identify areas of stress within the vineyard. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can stop to share your screen now, please. Okay, so we are in time, just we lost 5 minutes, but I saw that a lot of questions got an answer, a detailed answer, especially related to the first invited speaker. So let's move to the discussion time. We have 15 minutes. I think we saw a series of very interesting talks, and where remote sensing is used for some specific purpose. So I have a general question for Matthias, and then we can go and scroll down to see the other question. Matthias, great your presentation and the topic. So what about the limits of your application and the advantage respect to and the advantage of physical models respect to your approach? Because you saw to us that is great, of course, has some advantages, but also physical approach, they have some advantage, of course, with some limits in computation, maybe time, but a physical based model is able to reach to intercept to just some detailed information, right? More than a pure remote sensing, even if machine learning.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. Physical-based models are useful to, for example, quantify vegetation productivity in general. But what we see is that, especially under drought conditions, these kind of agricultural models or forestry models, they don't perform very well during drought conditions. And this actually suggests that we have a limited understanding of how vegetation reacts to drought. And for example, in comparison with machine learning models, we can train these models to predict vegetation effects under droughts. So generally, I think physical-based models are really useful, but they have their limitations, especially during extreme events. And there I see the advantage in combining these different approaches to get something, better estimates.
And in terms of time computation, it's a relatively easy to run this application, or you need just to set up?
Well, I mean, training a machine learning model takes some time, but if it's trained and if it's robust and you can apply it, then it's usually faster than a process-oriented model.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very clear. And also very clear your response. So let's move to the question and answer here. Let me go if there are. Okay, there is one related to Flavia Tauro. Hello, Flavia. Is your method also applicable for multi-crop cover on the land, or just a single crop cover? That is also my question, because I saw that you apply this to a specific crop, right? You consider only the black popular. So please provide an answer and maybe discuss a little bit on this.
Yes, so thank you for the question. In principle, the methodology is of course applicable to a multi-crop system. In my case, I was specifically interested in the genotypic response of my population. So I accurately knew the genotype for each individual tree. So this is something that's not obvious, and in multi-crop system, still you should be able to know the genotype for each individual plant. I don't know if this is the most common of things, but in principle, of course, all the methodologies I applied, just like for instance the sharpening algorithm is of course applicable to a multi-crop system. It's just an image-based machine learning algorithm, and the canopy indexing approach is of course applicable in case you know the genotypes of your plants. Regarding the Priestley and Taylor method, I am pretty much confident that it can be applied in case of multi-crop systems. So I hope this answered the question.
And in your research plan for the future, are you planning to also consider other crop system? Just this is, I can imagine that this is just a trial, right? You set up your approach here, and maybe you can transfer also to other crop system.
Of course, I am working with another group in my university, and we are also focusing on some other species, arundo, for instance. We are mainly focusing on forest species, I must say, but of course I'm open to investigate the signature of vegetation in general with respect to evapotranspiration.
Thank you so much. We have a series of questions related to the last speaker. So I invite the last speaker today to check also, Gabriele, you can check in Q&A. There are a series of questions related to your talk. I try to summarize. Of course, we cannot provide all the answer because we don't have time. We need to give space also to others. But here I can see what is the limitation of NDVI and of UAV system and biolab in your study area. This is one. Which is most economical and accurate biolab of or UAV? You can check, you can scroll down and then try to summarize to everyone this a response to this question, please.
Okay. About the question of did you decide for fly altitudes? During the survey, we want to evaluate the performance of the system at two different altitudes. At 30 meters, we have a lower time of survey than survey at carried out now, and bigger time of surveys than the respect to 70 meters. But we obtained better results in terms of resolution. And about the limitation of NDVI in the vineyard, it's common to see the overlapping between the plants. So it's difficult to find the height disease plant between two healthy plants, in particular with the UAV system.
Okay, so there is another question for you. Do you, from raised by Nicolina Mileva, do you apply atmospheric correction to your UAV data? And do you make the UAV and ground measurements at the same time or at the same day?
Yes, we done with the white panel, and the flight were carried out at 12, and with in August with good condition, atmospheric condition.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. There is a question raised by Antonino Maltese directly to Hassan. Hassan, you can see the question. Did you compare the LET flux tower footprint with the spatial distribution of the Sable LET?
Okay, I want to salute my colleague Antonino Maltese, and my answer is that we set several shapefile polygons that simulate the flux tower footprint and simulate also the variation of the direction of the footprint. So we extracted by a 100-meter elliptical polygon what approximately should represent the footprint at this particular near acquisition time moment.
Okay, so great. I'm just saying that looking if there are some other questions. Okay, another question for Hassan. I see here, the scale of the study area can influence the reliability of the results. My question is for Hassan. So,
okay, so regarding the scale, two things can influence the results of the model application. First, the representativeness of the ancillary meteorological data that represent an input to the model. Another thing is the process of the selection of the hot and cold pixel that's used by Sebal model to determine the temperature gradient, which is important for the determination of the sensible heat flux. So based on my experience, the smaller the scale, the better representative the case study. But I didn't notice very big difference on larger scales.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a question. I'm just going at the beginning of the list of question and answer. There is a question, I think, I suppose, for Matthias. Here there is a colleague or a student from Ethiopia, and I'm reading here, regarding the drought prediction model, is there any specific parameter we have to set to unique than other country predictor models? I suppose looking at the time is for Matthias or maybe for Assam, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess it's for me. I'm not sure if I completely understand the question. So I have the feeling, well, if you want to apply a machine learning model to another region to assess like drought impacts or to downscale soil moisture, well, there is not a simple way with just changing one value or some threshold to apply it to another region, but actually you would need to retrain the model for a different region.
Yeah. And also there is another question for you. Sorry, Matthias, but you open and then a lot of questions came. Soil-water relationship measurements are missing or analyzed throughout remote sensing or any other indicator.
Well, I mean, on the one hand, we used remote sensing data to estimate soil moisture, and you have operational products like from Sentinel-1 and ASCAD. But in this one study where we made the downscaling to the field side, we also used in situ measurements of soil moisture based on low-cost sensors.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Matthias. There is a specific question for Flavia Tauro raised by the colleague Francesca Todisco. Flavia, you can scroll down and see the question. Is the genotype the only variable of the experiment? For example, are the soils perfectly homogeneous? Is the stress condition of plants due to other processes the same for all?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Okay, in our experiment, we are assuming homogeneous soil conditions. That is, I suppose, reasonable given the proximity of the plants and the experimental plots. We administered 2 different irrigation regimes. So this is the main driver for the diverse response of the plants. So the genotypic signature of the plants is instead is not actually variable for the experiment. They all belong to the same population. They are all sisters and brothers, but still we expect some different behavior, and this is what we are investigating in case of abiotic stress.
Thank you, Flavia. Thank you so much, Flavia. Thank you so much. And we have just a last question, again for Matthias, as you saw in the question and answer. The question is raised by a colleague from Vietnam to Matthias Forker. How do you think the potential of AI and ML in the remote sensing as more satellites are coming? I'm not sure if you maybe we understand, but yeah.
Well, I mean, the simple answer is we need AI and machine learning in order to bring these different satellite data sets together. Otherwise, yeah, we get lost. We cannot use analyze this data with simple methods.
Yeah. Okay, great, perfect. Okay, I think we finish the panel first. I'm not sure if panelists and speakers, they have some question for other speakers. Maybe we have 1 minute more or 2 minutes more. If someone of moderator of other speaker want to just raise some question, they can. Otherwise, we will move to the next.
Paolo, maybe
yeah.
we have another question for Gabriele Daglio. The question is about the atmospherical correction of the used UAV data.
Okay. Gabriele?
Yes. Which question? Sorry.
If you apply atmospheric correction to your UAV data, or if you make ground measurements about that. This question is posed by Nicolina Mileva.
Okay, but I think that the problem was associated to the data elaboration and the image processing. If you intend of the problem that the NDVI values of high disease plant as was similar to the healthy ones, because we done every procedures to cut off every interference during the survey. So we had this problem that for us was associated to the data processing, or also to the resolution of our system during the flight at 70 meters of altitude.
Okay.
We had not this problem for the second flight.
Okay, thank you so much. There are other questions, but we need to move to the next panel. So I suggest to the speaker of this panel, look at to give a look at the question and answer window and try to reply to the question. While we are moving, we will move to the next panel. So the next panel is chaired by Professor Fabrizio Mazzetto. So Fabrizio, I will give you the theater, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Paolo. Welcome to the second panel that was introduced in the introduction of this days, is related to the management of vegetation, application of remote sensing to management of vegetation and land use. So the focus is here more strictly related to the vegetation. Also here we have an invited talk. The time available for this speech here is longer. We start with this invited talk, and then please try to respect the time at your disposal, 10 minutes, not please not more, because we are at the end of the morning. And this second part, and also in this case, I would like to reserve a part of the time at our disposal for a profuse discussion. So I will advise you, alert you in advance 1 minute before in case of delay in your representation. So be patient for this, but just in order to try to maintain the time. The invited talk is entitled Monitoring from Close Range Remote Sensing the Hydraulic Resistance Manning of Agricultural Channel Network. This part is more related to land use. So the speaker is Jean-Stephane Bailly. Sorry for my pronounce your name, Jean-Stephane. I hope is correct.
It's okay, it's okay.
So
it's
please,
okay.
You can start.
Okay, thank you, Fabrizio. I share my screen. Okay. So is that okay for everyone? You see my screen?
Yeah, your screen is okay. You can start.
Well, good morning, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to warmly thank the Italian Society of Agricultural Engineering and Professor Paolo Tarolli to have invited me for this talk. So my name is Jean-Stephane Bailly. I'm coming from AgroParisTech, which is a university in France from which a lot of agricultural engineering are coming from. And me and my team, I will present a talk resuming some works dealing with the monitoring of hydraulic resistance parameters in agricultural vegetated channels from different techniques of remote sensing. Okay. Whoa, what's happened? Yeah, okay. Well, when I speak about agricultural open channel, I mean this can be two types of channels. This can be irrigation channels, but also the drainage subsurface or surface ditches, which are also channels. And all these channels are providing various ecosystem services, as we can see in this picture. Of course, the basic services they produce is to collect waters, to drain waters, to convey waters from upstream to downstream. But they also play a role regarding ecosystem because they provide shelter, habitat, and connect the ecosystem. They also have a role on erosion protection, and also in contamination buffering through sorption processes, degradation processes, and so on. When looking at the first and the former role these elements play, the water conveyance, as we can see in this picture, this water conveyance corresponding to what we call the hydraulic capacity of a channel depends of several characteristics of the channel. We can resume it here in this formulae, very empirical and well-known one, the Manning-Strickler formulae. So here on the left is the hydraulic capacity, and on the right you have 3 parameters, 3 variables, geometric ones, the wet perimeters, the hydraulic radius, which is related to the cross-section geometry, the ditch or the channel slope, and the last one is what we call the hydraulic resistance, the friction, which is also known as the Manning parameters, the N here. And for all of this, it is quite easy to acquire data that describe the geometry of the channel, but it's much more difficult to estimate this Manning parameters, which is quite an aggregated parameter. So to do this, engineers have two ways. The first one is to go to tables. We can find some tables in some memento for engineers. Here is a picture of the one of the French one, which is an old one, but still active one. And in these tables, as you can see on the right, you have some value of these Manning parameters for the channels. We call it canaux and fossé. I think it's the same name in Italian, with some values here. And it's very expert value. And you can see it, but these values are more related to the material of the bank, of the bottom of the ditches, but not so much related to the vegetation in the ditches. A second way is to use hydraulic modeling and to estimate it from the model, from observed value on the water free surface profile. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the channel. Okay, the channel are all, or most of all, made of soil material, as we can see on this surface drainage ditch. But most of them also host vegetation, semi-natural vegetation, a few or a lot. Semi-natural because it's not cropped vegetation, but it's vegetation that is under the anthropogenic action, I would say. And this anthropogenic action, they are numerous. They can be vegetation practice coming from chemical weeding, from mowing, from dredging, from burning also in Mediterranean areas. And on this picture, you can see a small experiment we made in our area near Montpellier, south of France. And of course, each time you apply a practice to maintain the vegetation, the vegetation characteristic, but also the litter at the bottom of the ditches are changing a lot. And they are characteristics that are very variable along the year. So we face a high temporal variability at the year scale of this channel characteristic that acts on the hydraulic resistance. To see that, this second graph show you, well, using some basic equation, the consequences on the hydraulic capacity at evolution along the year resulting from these different practice. And you can see here for burning that we path from, let's say, 10 liters per second to up to 40 liters per second. So we have a factor of 4 changing the hydraulic capacity related to this maintaining practice. So we have a lot of change. It is important to catch this and to model it and to take it into account in the modeling. So the challenge, before I go to remote sensing, is for us, for engineers, regarding the hydraulic resistance parameters in channels, to go to, I would say, objective measure of these parameters, more objective than the one we can have in tables, and also to be able to monitor this resistance parameter, especially related to the vegetation, to be able to model what's happened in channels at the season scale, but also at the even scale with unsteady flow. So before coming to remote sensing, just a few drawbacks on recent advance in hydraulics, in ecohydraulics. Dept from MIT, Boston, published two important papers in 2012. The first one was a general review, and the second one with Luar. She proposed a new equation relating the Manning coefficient, so these big aggregated hydraulic resistance parameters, to some variables that are, I would say, measurable in a channel. So water height, for example, but also at the end on the right, like you see the blockage factor. So I will explain next what is a blockage factor. In fact, the blockage factor, we can call this also the porosity, is something quite easy to understand. It's just the ratio between the surface of the vegetation within the channel when you look it at on the channel cross section on the overall surface of the channel. So now I come to remote sensing. We did some study in our lab. The first one was to try to see if we are able to catch this blockage factor straightly related to the Manning coefficient from remote sensing. So the first experiment, we did it in a lab, in a controlled condition, in a controlled fume, as we can see here, where we planted different vegetation spaces with different architecture, with different spacing, density, different patch. At the same time of the flow experiment, we had also a terrestrial laser scanner here at the top, with the objective to get a geometry, a quite precise geometry of the plants within the channel. So from this, we did a first verification to see if we had a nice relationship already between, I would say, the plant configuration and the Manning estimation we had straightly from the flow. And that was the case for the different spaces. And then from that, we wanted to move a step further and to see if it was possible to straightly rely the information coming from the remote sensing, which is here 3D points describing the vegetation, to the Manning coefficient. So on this complex figure, you have 4 columns, 3 lines. So each column corresponds to a vegetation spaces at full density, at full density of plantation, I would say. And the 3 lines correspond to the same information, which is basically a scatter of 3D points acquired by the scanner, but resumed in different metrics, BF1, BF2, and BF3 on the right. So BF1 is just a density of the 3D points at the cross section scale, but all along the channel. BF2 is just the same density, but just thresholded at a given value. And the third line here is a bit different. It just represents the maximum of the 3D points all along the width of the cross section. So it corresponds of what we can call the vegetation 8, the canopy 8 within the channel. So we did this image and this calculate these metrics for different plant configuration, different plant density, and so on. And at the end, we compared it to the Manning value we had from the flow measurement. And as you can see on this figure, we finally found that, and it was a good news for us, that the simplest metrics, the canopy 8, was the one best related to the Manning coefficient. And the second good news for us was that the relationship was quite good enough, quite linear. So this shows us that for immersed vegetation, for homogeneous vegetation at just channel scale, we can rely strictly the information from a 3D scatter point to Manning information in, I would say, the simplest way. So from this, we did another experiment in real life condition on the field, as you can see here. So we came back on the ditches where we did some different vegetation maintaining strategy. And we changed also the remote sensing technique. We moved from a laser scanner to structure from motion technique, which is a very well-known technique now, using just simple camera and multi-view to get some 3D points on the surface. And on this image here, you have the evolution of these 3D points for different sections of the ditches that were maintained differently and a long time for, I would say, a semester. So on this image, the red corresponds to the bottom, the DTM of the ditches, and the green and white correspond to the elevation of the vegetation 3D points. And of course, on these figures, we can see that with black arrows here, that when you have a maintaining practice occurring, it removes the vegetation and it changes, of course, the profile. The good thing with this is quite easily you can make this kind of figure here on the right, and this kind of figure, it's just at the ditch scale, an image of the porosity resulting from the vegetation, the canopy height, for different water height. So you can construct a curve relating porosity to the water height. And this, as I showed before, you can rely it straightly from Manning coefficient, which answer the question we had first. So in conclusion, I would say that what I showed you is just some show and some experiments we're still going on in my lab, but we did already a kind of proof of concept. We can answer, yes, we can more objectively estimate the hydraulic resistance of vegetated channels or small intermittent streams from remote sensing, but from close range remote sensing, we change scale regarding the previous talk, and very highly detailed remote sensing coming from structure from motion or from LiDAR, from flash LiDAR, which are now coming on our mobile phone. Okay, this work, of course, but assuming some hypotheses. First of all, we have to be on intermittent channel or stream. Second, we have to assume that the channel resistance comes mainly from vegetation. Third, that we have mainly immersed vegetation. And finally, that the vegetation is quite homogeneous at the channel scale you want to characterize. To go from lab up to field and to become really operational, we still have some challenge, which are mainly technical challenge regarding the voxelization, the computing power, the scale effects. But however, these experiments allows a new perspective regarding especially the hydraulic modeling with resistance parameters that can be evolutive at the season scale, but also at the even scale during unsteady flow with varying water heights. So for that, a future will be probably to use what we call porosity hydraulic models. Okay, this is the end of my talk, and I just add here some reference on the article accompanying my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Stephane. I see that there are already some questions, but we have to run to the second presentation due to the strict time. So all the discussion at the end of this panel. The second the second paper is going to be presented by Giovanni Francesco Ricci, if I am not wrong.
Yes.
Title: Assessment of the riparian leaf density using different satellite imagery in a mountain stream. So please,
can you see the presentation? Can screen and the presentation?
Okay. We see the
Is
presentation. 10 minutes,
okay.
Giovanni.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the organization and also the Professor Tarolli to allow me to speak in this webinar. And now let's go presenting the work. So this work is about a comparison of 3 satellite images in the assessment of the leaf riparian density in a mountain stream. Stream and bank erosion, as you know, is one of the main issues that could negatively affect the hydrological and ecological function of the riparian ecosystem. Control works, such as the check dams, are often used to counteract this problem, the geomorphological instability, for example. It's important that these works preserve their function in time. Related to this, it is necessary to evaluate the state of this work, not only after the implementation, but also in the subsequent years. Where it is difficult to carry out some in-field measurement, satellite imagery can be useful tool, not only to evaluate the effect of this management work, but also to map the ecosystem and to detect the critical site in which the erosion is taking place. The vegetation index approach is often used in this case when the aim is to assess some vegetation feature. The issue is, considering all the satellite images that we have that are available, is the choose of the correct satellite image considering the resolution. So to improve the knowledge in this field, in the areas in the riparian context, we had these aims in this work. To assess the effect of the check dams on the riparian vegetation in relation to the geomorphological characteristics, to test the performance of the Landsat 8 in detecting the leaf density in Mediterranean areas characterized by different type of vegetation, and also evaluating other 2 images, the Sentinel-2 and the Pleiad, in terms of performances, applying the same framework adopted for the Landsat 8. The works was carried out in Italy, in the south of Italy, in particular in this area, which is part of the Carapelle watershed. We monitored 4 different vegetation areas, the deciduous forest, a winter wheat field, and 2 streams, the Camarota streams and the Vallone della Madonna streams, which differs one from the other because in the Camarota streams there are active erosion processes, while in the Vallone della Madonna streams there are not active erosion processes. I have reported here some picture of the different areas and also in the table the characteristics. We have divided the Camarota streams in 4 reaches based on the state of the conservation of the check dams, on the erosion and on the vegetation. As you can see, R2 and R3 were the 2 reaches more hit by the erosion, as you can see also from the picture. Regarding the methodology, we choose these 3 satellite images considering the fact that these images are often used in forestry studies. And we used the leaf area index and DVI approach. So we measured the leaf area index in field with the plant canopy analyzer, and then we retrieved this leaf area index using the NDVI retrieved from the satellite images. And this approach allowed us to fix the vegetation index and also the equation used to retrieve the NDVI. We compared the result, of course, with some statistical indexes. Regarding the results of the first step, we saw that the observed live values have wider ranges, as you can see also in the graph, respect to the remote sensing data. But in the case of R2 and R3, we observed a reduction of the leaf area index values in both in the satellite images and also, of course, in the data measured in field. Regarding the performance of the Landsat, generally performed well in estimating the area, the leaf area index, especially in the areas geomorphologically stable, such as R1, R5, winter wheat, and deciduous forest. And in some cases, as you can see, the values where the ranges are lower, because the problem in this case, the issue was the problem known as mixed pixels, so the difficult to find in a narrow cross section, in a narrow vegetation area, a pure pixel of 100% of vegetation or 100% of bare soil. In the case of the second part of the work, so comparing the other two satellite images, the Pleiad performed comparably well respect to the Landsat, giving a finer accuracy, especially in some parts of the channel, in R1, R5, and also in the deciduous forest. The Sentinel was the worst in this case in our study. However, in some cases, the Sentinel was a good predictor of the higher and the lower values of the ranges of the values. The extreme variability in R2, that was the rich with the incipient erosion, was not detected by any imagery, as you can see in this graph, and was generally underestimated. Moreover, we noticed that respect to the Landsat, the Pleiad and the Sentinel underestimated also the values in the winter wheat. Why we have this kind of result? We had this kind of result for the Pleiad and for the Sentinel. In the case of the Pleiad, despite these images, despite this higher resolution, have a lower spectral resolution, and so they suffered of the interference of the soil due to the surface heterogeneity, especially in the section of the streams monitored. In the case of the Sentinel, of course, they suffered, as in the case of the Landsat, of the mixed pixel problem. But also, we know that these kind of images are sensitive to the phenological phase of the vegetation. So the acquisition data of the Pleiad and of the Sentinel were at the end of July 2015. And in this case, some herbaceous plants were already in water stress phase, and the winter wheat was already harvested. This is the reason because we had some underestimation, especially that is visible, especially in the winter wheat field. Concluding, we can say that the comparison between the leaf area index obtained in field and the Landsat 8 retrieved highlight the limitation of extracting reliable information on vegetation index in the analyzed riparian context as a consequence of the narrow stream cross-section, especially in the ranges, as I showed you. The Pleiad, respect to the Landsat 8, yielded the value closer to the observed one, thanks to the higher spectral resolution with all the limitation that I said regarding the spectral resolution. And in the case of the Sentinel, this image showed poor statistical performance, which were attributable to the acquisition data of the image, and also maybe to the fact that the NDVI, as sometimes is discussed in the literature, may not be the most suitable index in the case of these images to retrieve then the NDVI. So in this part, more studies are needed. And finally, the spatial resolution is surely important to be considered when we have to choose the satellite product, but we have to consider it also to the spectral resolution, because also the spectral resolution can impact the results. Thank you for the attention. If you want some more information, you can, of course, ask me or check these two publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. You respected perfectly the time. We are just a bit in delay, but following this time, I think we'll be able also to have a profuse final discussion. Just a note, I see that there are some people raising hands. Please, if you have question, write your question in the question and answer panel that you find below the screen. The third presentation, Monica Rinaldi, use of Marcella Bidocco, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I passed one. Use of remotely sensed data for the evaluation of inter-row cover intensity in vineyards. Marcella Bidocco from Turin.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. I am Marcella Bidocco from STEMS, Newborn Institute of the National Research Council of Italy. And I will present the preliminary results of the use of remotely sensed data for the evaluation of inter-row intensity in vineyards in collaboration with DISAFA University of Torino. The inter-row soil management plays a relevant role in the vineyard ecosystem, providing a number of ecosystem services and also some negative effects. Cover crops, for example, increased by 20% biodiversity and the ecosystem services. So the identification of spatial and temporal changes in inter-row soil management at the field scale would allow improvements, for example, in modeling the hydrological crop growth and erosion processes. Thus, the aim of our study is the use of satellite optical data from the Copernicus Sentinel-2 mission to describe the vineyard management and evolution, namely the recognition of inter-row soil management intensity and identification of temporal changes of vines and inter-row due to management and evolution of the vineyard. The study area is located in the Alto Monferrato wine growing region in Piedmont, Northwest Italy, with a focus on the CNR Tenuta Cannone erosion plot that are 3 plots of vineyards managed with different soil management of the inter-rows. They are within the Experimental Vine and Wine Center of Agrion Foundation in Carpeneto. And the first plot is managed with conventional tillage at 25 centimeters depth twice a year. The second one with tillage, but with a 10-meter grassed strip at the bottom of each inter-row. And the last one with grass cover in the inter-row, controlled mechanically at least twice a year. Firstly, we use the Sentinel-2 data to obtain an NDVI time series. So we used this medium spatial resolution data acquired usually on 5 days. We used only images with a cloud cover higher than, lower than 25%. So time series was subsequently smoothed. And so first of all, we analyzed the average of NDVI values of each one of the 3 plots with different soil management, and we observed evident differences in NDVI values among managements, namely the grassed inter-row as expected resulted in higher NDVI values than the bare soil treatments. And also we can observe changes in slope and values of NDVI after operations on vines and inter-rows. For example, at the end of April, this cultivation in the tilled plots and mulching resulted in different slope, and at the end of June, sorry, the vine stopping and the mulching resulted in lowering of the values. Secondly, a wider analysis was performed on all vineyards of the municipality of Carpeneto. Clustering was obtained by K-means unsupervised classification with reference to the local NDVI time series, showing different vigor intensity. Namely, we identified two classes, one with higher NDVI and the second with lower. And we compared for validation with classification obtained from photo interpretation. And we identified vineyard where interrows are managed with grass in the interrow or base soil. The K-means also provides classification was applied with 2, 3, and 4 clusters for some vegetation indices. When 4 clusters were applied, those appeared paired 2 by 2 as 2 series with higher values and 2 with lower index values, as in this example with the EBI index. So the result was similar to one of the 2 clusters. The validation was performed by confusion metrics and gave acceptable results higher than 0.7, and suggested that the vineyard may be classified according to the intensity of interrows soil management by means of vegetation indexes time series obtained from this kind of data. Further analyses were aimed to explore the ability of Sentinel-2 native bands values to identify differences and changes in the vineyard's interrows. So, for example, for the green band values, the overall accuracy in distinguish the interrows management was again more than 0.7. And we also identified relationships between values assumed by native bands or vegetation indexes and the ground cover evolution that in the interrows of the experimental plots. So we compared the values, for example, of the green band values with the ground coverage estimated in the two plots, the tilled one and the grassed plot. The values for ground coverage was obtained from estimation based on measured values, and the preliminary results suggest that single bands data could be jointly used with vegetation indexes to describe the vegetation temporal evolution in the row crops. So in a first attempt, the difference between NDVI and NIR gave also acceptable results in representing ground coverage, especially in the tilled plot. So you can see that the coefficient of determination is close to 0.5 for the year that was examined, and lower for the grassed plot. As an example of application of this analysis, we applied soil erosion risk evaluation with a RASL methodology at field scale after identification of interrow soil management in some vineyards in the area. So RASL factors and soil losses have been estimated at field level with Oruscal, that is a simplified RASL calculators for orchards that take into account the different ground cover in the vine and in the interrows. So you can see in this image the Oruscal C factor values in some vineyards in the area, and these the annual soil losses that was estimated for the same fields. To conclude, preliminary results show the potential of Sentinel-2 data to support the identification of soil management intensity row crops, such as vineyards. And this kind of satellite data are open source and compatibly with cloud coverage can grant a regular image acquisition. Higher resolution data could provide a more accurate description of growth dynamics in row crops, but usually their acquisition and the elaboration is time consuming and expensive. So further analysis supported by validation will aim to distinguish the row and interrow components and better identify their temporal evolution. And this kind of remote sensing data could also provide spatially variable inputs for application, for example, in hydrological models and erosion risk analysis, which are very highly dependent on vegetation cover. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marcella. Also, thank you to you for respecting perfectly your time. So now, yes, Monica Rinaldi is the time of Monica. Monica is going to present a paper entitled Comparison Between Two Methodologies for the Individual Tree Height Estimation Through a LiDAR Mounted on a Drone. Please, Monica, 10 minutes. Monica, check your microphone, please. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, do you listen
Okay.
me?
Yeah, now it's okay. Please restart the representation. Okay,
yeah.
The video is okay.
Sorry for this delay. Hello, everyone. I am Monica Rinaldi, and I am a researcher at the University of Bolzano, Italy. And I am glad to be here presenting our last study, which aims to estimate the tree height using a yellow scan LiDAR mounted on a drone. During this presentation, I will share a quick overview of the project, guiding you through the objectives, the methodology, the key results, and the main conclusions. Let's start with the short introduction. The study area is in the northeast of Italy, in the South Tyrol region, named San Genesio. It is a sunny hill, approximately 1,400 meters above sea level, and the principal trees are larches, Larix decidua, which lose their needles in autumn. These trees grow freely in an open space. The area is a popular hiking destination with here and there farms with cows and horses. For this study, the area was divided into 123 plots of each 25 by 25 meters for validation and calibration purposes. On the slide, we also included a three-dimensional view showing the disposition of the trees. Let's look at the objectives. We wanted to estimate the tree height using the data of the yellow scan LiDAR mounted on an hexacopter drone, which you can see on the slide. Based on this measurement, we wanted to estimate the biomass, especially the trunk volume in cubic meters. In this research, we conducted a survey using a drone called degli 900, which carried a LiDAR device. The first table shows the general characteristics of the system: the speed and payload of the drone, date, and spatial resolution. The second table shows the technical data of the sensor. We also conducted a visual survey using a Haulos vertex and a dendrometer and a Geomax GNSS device to estimate the height, the diameter, and the position of the trees. The table on the slide shows the biophysical characteristics for each species of trees, which we found in the area. Because 97% of the trees are larches, our research focuses on this species. This slide gives a quick overview of the methodology and the software used during the process. The flight paths were corrected using yellow scan plugin into QGIS and PostPack UAV software. This information was merged and the outliers were removed. The post-processing was to conduct the classification of the raw cloud data using machine learning. The results were ground and above ground points. Then we calculated the digital elevation model and the digital survey model using a triangulated irregular network at the same spatial scale. With these sources, we calculated the canopy height model. Next step was to conduct the point cloud segmentation and the CHM segmentation. On the slide also, you can see the threshold used for the calculation. This slide shows the models which we used to estimate the biomass of the larches. Okay, in order to conduct the validation, we used all the data together and we classified the plots in 3 categories, taking into account the density of the trees. On the slide, we included the 3-dimension view of each class. Top right, you see the low density class, just below the medium density class, and bottom left, you find the high density class. In the bottom right corner, we explain how we link the segmented results with the data from the visual survey. Relevant detail, we made a buffer of 5 meters around each tree, and we took the closest segmentation results. Now let's look at the results, which are based on the data together. The best general result to estimate the height of the tree was point cloud segmentation, with an R-square of 0.86. On the right, you see the second and three-dimension view, the 2- and 3-dimension view of each segmentation. Here you see the results overview per category. And first of all, again, the best results are found for the point cloud segmentation. And the CHM segmentation also shows a result between 0.7 and near 0.9 R-square. But if you compare both segmentation, the lower results are in the high density category. This table shows the biomass results obtained through visual survey, see the first column, and then the same data compared with the results from both segmentations. The best results are from the point cloud segmentation, which is close to 100%. Then the conclusions, the following methodology proposed in this research had strong outputs, showing that point cloud segmentation is an accurate post-processing methodology to estimate the tree height in the research mountain area, using the data from the yellow scan LiDAR mounted on a drone and flying at 40 meters of altitude. We believe that the results of the CHM are less accurate because the interpolation system that we use it. And the second conclusion is that the calibrated model appears a valid option to estimate the trunk volume of the largest tree. Thank you for listening, and do contact us if you have any question.
Thank you, Monica. Please keep attention, stop to share your screen.
Yeah.
Thank you, you respected fully your time. You permitted also to gain some minutes. And then we can go directly to the 5th presentation that is going to be discussed by Giuseppe Modica. Giuseppe?
No.
I cannot stop.
Fabrizio, the speaker is Giandomenico De Luca, is also in the room.
Ah, okay, not you. So Giandomenico De Luca,
okay.
Sorry.
He's done.
Yes,
I based up on the presentation in the abstract. So Giandomenico,
yes,
are you ready?
Yes.
You can start 10 minutes, you know the rules, okay?
Thanks. Good
Please.
morning, everyone. I'm Giandomenico De Luca, PhD student from Agriculture Department of University of Reggio, Calabria. This work was conducted in collaboration with the Forest Research Center of the Istituto Superior de Agronomia of University of Lisbon. In the Mediterranean basin, wildfires represent one of the main disturbances, which causes economic damages and significant changes in landscapes, forests, and environmental ecosystem. For this reason, timely and accurate detection and quantification of burn areas using remote sensing techniques are necessary steps for assessing the damages and addressing the post-fire management. The majority of studies has been based on multispectral satellite data. However, these platforms are sensitive to some environmental conditions, such as sunlight, cloud cover, and fire smoke. On the other hand, other kinds of satellite sensors are available, including synthetic aperture radar system. To detect burn areas, radar technology exploits the variation in backscatter caused by the modification of the structure and moisture content of the vegetation cover and soil. The sensitivity of the signal, it influenced by the wavelength, the polarization, the noise due to the phase shift. So several space missions provide high spatial and temporal resolution satellite constellation, operating SAR imaging useful for Earth environment monitoring. In our work, so in our case, we used the Copernicus Sentinel-1 that work in C-band and provided by the European Space Agency. The aim of this work was to investigate the capability of SAR Sentinel-1 sensor for mapping two burn Mediterranean areas. The approach used is based on an unsupervised clustering using the K-mean algorithm. All the processes were developed in Python base script using the ESA Snap Python interface known as Snappy for Sentinel-1 image preprocessing and the scikit-learn libraries for the image processing and classification. The steps that particularly characterized our workflow were the radar spectral noise reduction, spectral and spatial image enhancement through the radar indices and texture feature calculation, data reduction using PCA in transformation, the setting of the number of clusters with silhouette score analysis. The proposed approach was tested in two study areas, Mediterranean, typical Mediterranean areas of Southern Europe, located the first in Algarve, the southernmost region of Portugal, and the other in the central area of Sicily. The large part of the woodland was covered by census of genera Eucalyptus and Pinus, secondary broad-leaved and are also present sclerophyllus shrublands. The event occurred for Portugal in August 10th, 2018, covering around 269 square kilometers, and in Italy also in August, but in the 10th, 2017, covering around 38 square kilometers. The Sentinel-1 temporal series were downloaded using the interactive graphical users interface of Copernicus OpenHS Hub. In total, we acquired two Sentinel-1 datasets for each study site, for the pre-fire time series and the post-fire time series. The Sentinel-1 data preprocessing was performed using the Sentinel-1 toolbox of ESA Snap and worked with Python script. Here, looking at the fundamental preprocessing steps, the application of an auto-downloaded orbit file, the thermal noise removing, and the radiometric calibration in beta out were carried out. In order to reduce the radiometric and geometric distortion, a radiometric terrain flattening followed by a terrain correction were performed. In these preprocessing steps, pixels were sampled to 10 by 10 meters. And at the end, in order to reduce spectral noise effect, a multi-temporal spectral filter followed by the calculation of the backscatter time average were carried out. And each time average was to use an individual layer band at the end. So each of these was used to compute 4 SAR spectral indices. In turn, for each of these index layers, the 5 gray level concurrence matrix texture features were computed. And This formed the final dataset consisting of 30 layers for study site. So considering of the high number of resulted data layers, a principal component analysis was performed for each dataset. The first principal components were chosen as the input layers in the classification process because they reached a cumulative variance equal to 99%. On the right in the slide are shown the principal component used for next processing steps. One of the main issues when a clustering algorithm is going to be performed is the preliminary setting of the most treatable number of clusters. So to deal with this, the silhouette score was calculated in our case. It is based on the separation distance, the mean distance between clusters. We calculated the mean silhouette score for different k values in a range from 2 to 20. In fact, looking at the graph, it is evident that the same k value resulted from analysis of each dataset. This value was 7. An unsupervised classification using the k-mean algorithm was carried out. The k-mean is one of the most popular and easier to implement machine learning algorithm for unsupervised classification. It is based on cluster analysis. The fundamental parameter to set is the number of clusters. So we set it to 7 for each dataset. This resulted from the analysis of the silhouette score. On the right are shown the maps resulted from classification. The blue cluster represents the cluster corresponding to the barn areas, and only these were taken into consideration for next processing, accuracy processing. A post-processing enhancement, however, was carried out, filtering from the single clusters having a size less or equal than 0.05 square kilometers. To analyze the classification accuracy, each pixel was labeled in one of the 3 accuracy categories, the true positive, false positive, and false negative, comparing them with the reference barn area. The maps on the slide show the spatial distribution of the 3 accuracy categories. The correct overlap in green is the correct overlap between the detected barn area and the reference area. Are the true positive. The commission errors or the true or the false positive are in yellow, and the omission errors or the false negative are in red. Observing resulted an high level of overlap, and only relative few small areas appear to be under omission and commission errors. In fact, the F-score, a metric representing the overall accuracy and reported in the table, showed good performance of our approach. The highest values was reached by the Italian dataset with 0.871, while the Portuguese dataset reached a value of 0.803. And in conclusion, the proposed processing approach proved that Sentinel-1 SAR data are a viable alternative for rapidly semi-automated detection of the extent of barn area, useful when optical data are not available due to the cloud cover of fire smoke. This sensor showed to be sensitive to fire inducted changes, and this has been enhanced through the combination pre-processing and processing step proposed. In particular, the reduction of spectrum noise, the use of radar difference indices, and the PCA transformation. Moreover, the implementation of the silhouette score proved to be an excellent method for quickly preliminary choice of the best number of clusters. And finally, our finding confirmed the reliability of open source and Python-based processing solution, starting from the dataset, allowing a high degree of flexibility, repeatability, and sharing for improvement and customization for the workflow. Is sure more investigation improvement have to be considered, maybe fusing SAR and optical data or using more robust machine learning algorithm in the future. Thanks for attention.
Thank you very much. So now the 6th presentation, Marco Vizzari is correct. Marco is present.
Yes, I'm the presenter.
Okay, Marco Vizzari is going to discuss a paper, LULC object-oriented classification in Google Earth Engine, an application in the Trasimeno Lake area. Please, Marco.
Okay, I'm the presenter.
Okay, we see the presentation. You can start. 10 minutes.
Okay, yes. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea Tassi, and I'm here to present my project. The title is Land Use, Land Cover Object-Oriented Classification in Google Earth Engine, an application in the Trasimeno Lake area. The work is implemented with Marco Vizzari in the Department of Food, Agriculture and Environment Science at the University of Perugia. Satellite remote sensing provide essential data that helps in mapping and studying the Earth's surface. Geospatial data processing has moved to cloud-based platform that allow users to instantly access and analyze huge amount of information through a user-friendly web-based interface and effective scripting languages. Google Earth Engine is among the most popular ones, and a typical remote sensing data application is the production of the land use land cover maps that are very useful for analyzing landscape composition and configuration. The new object-based approach are becoming more popular compared to the traditional image analysis due to their capability in segmentation and classification of the landscape object or patch at different scale. For this reason, we define the objectives of the work. The first and the main target is to develop and test an object-oriented classification approach, including a segmentation that allow to identify the spatial cluster, textural analysis to calculate the textural indices of the cluster, and finally, the machine learning algorithm used to perform the final classification. The second objective is to provide a user-friendly and open source Google Earth Engine code to perform the object-oriented classification, tuning various parameters and compare it with a pixel-based land use land cover classification using the confusion matrix. The method is applied to create an application in a study area using Landsat 8, Sentinel-2, and PlanetScope data. The methodology workflow is implemented in 3 main steps. The first is called dataset composition, where we filter the image respect to the dates, total cloud cover, and cloud band. After that, we compute the spectral indices, and in particular NDVI and Bayer soil index, and we apply data augmentation using mean, standard deviation, and max. Finally, we exported all the median bands. The second step is the land use land cover classification. The new innovative approach is object-oriented and is based on the first segmentation and the compute of the textural images. We also use principal component analysis, and finally, all bands are used to train the classifier to obtain the land use land cover classification. The pixel-based approach is used just to compare the performance of the different approaches. The final step is the accuracy assessment based on the use of the confusion matrix. We define the overall producer and user accuracy. The main step of the innovative object-oriented approach are segmentation, that is implemented with simple, not iterative cluster, and it allows to identify the clusters according to the input parameter and generated a multi-band raster. The superpixel seed location spacing influence the cluster size and can be tuned to find an optimal value. The other important step is the definition of the textural information using grid-level concurrence metrics that require a grid-level 8-bit image as input, to define the additional textual information. The gray level is a combination of near, red, and green band. The output is based on 18 textural metrics, for example, entropy or correlation. Finally, we use the principal component analysis to define in a single representative band the vast majority of textual information. The accuracy of land use land cover classification is computed using a confusion matrix that is represented in this slide. We can observe in red the value used to define the overall accuracy. In blue, there are the value used for the producer accuracy that also represent the omission error. And finally, in green, we can observe the user accuracy that is the commission error. To test this framework, we use a study area located in the center of Italy, around the Trasimeno Lake. The area is a multifunctional landscape mosaic with high diversity of agricultural lands, wooded areas, artificial surface, and many small private artificial lakes. We define 7 classes, and in particular, we identify for the training phase 10 points for each class. The validation points are 450, and that are randomly generated and manually labeled through a visual interpretation of the high resolution layer of Google Maps. The assessment of the result is based on visual interpretation and overall accuracy of land use land cover classification resulted from the pixel-based and object-oriented approaches using Landsat 8, Sentinel-2, and PlanetScope data. In general, random forest performance are better, and so the maps below are obtained with this machine learning algorithm. In these pictures, we can observe that Landsat 8 data show a better accuracy with the pixel-based approach due to the lower resolution. The main difference are respect the distribution of grassland and riparian vegetation. Sentinel-2 object-oriented approach show the best performance in terms of overall accuracy. In fact, the score is 89.3. The main difference are on grassland and permanent crop classes. About PlanetScope, the object-oriented approach performs better, but the most problematic classes are annual crops and grassland. In general, the use of the textual information improve the object-oriented classification for both Sentinel-2 and PlanetScope. In this picture, there is an interesting portion of the study area characterized by the presence of the main urban center, one section of the Trasimeno Lake, and a multicultural area. We can observe for each satellite the RGB image, the pixel-based classification, the results of the segmentation, and the object-oriented classification, where every cluster previously generated is classified. So all of the tests perform very well in terms of overall accuracy, but water and woodland classes are omitted of this graph. Sentinel-2 object-oriented approach present the best performance also in terms of producer and user accuracy. Landsat 8 in general perform worse due to the lower spatial resolution, but grassland and riparian vegetation has a high producer accuracy. Finally, PlanetScope object-oriented performs better than pixel-based approach. The most problematic classes are permanent crops, grassland, and built-up that are a low omission error, but high commission error due to the poor classification of the annual crops. Finally, we can observe the execution of the land use land cover classification and assessment on Google Earth Engine. We run the code and we can observe and analyze the result of overall of object-oriented classification and pixel-based in terms of overall accuracy. After that, we can observe the RGB image, the pixel-based classification, and the object-oriented classification with a legend in the left part. We can also change the background maps and activate or deactivate the different layer of interest. So, in conclusion, this work successfully developed an innovative object-oriented land use land cover approach combining SNCC segmentation, GLCN, and machine learning algorithm in a user-friendly and open source code where the user can tune various parameters. In fact, Google Earth Engine is a free cloud-based geospatial platform that allows to access, observe, and analyze huge amounts of data. In general, object-oriented approach showed the best performance due to the combined use of spectral, spatial, and textual information. Open source code and more information are available on the recent paper published. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Andrea. So also for the timing and the last presentation at this point. Here I have signed the paper will be presented by Stefano Chiappini. Is confirmed?
Hi.
Or
Yes.
okay, Stefano is present. So the title: designing and implementing a multifunctional network of urban green infrastructures. Stefano, please.
Yes, one moment. One moment, sorry. Okay, do you watch my presentation?
The screen is clear. You can start.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers of this conference. I am Stefano Chiappini, and I am building engineering expert of remote sensing. The title of this presentation is Designing and Implementing a Multifunctional Network of Urban Green Infrastructure. The goal of our project is explain the different phases of work for an integrated approach for the gamification of public open spaces and the geomatic analysis by means of low-cost, user-friendly, and weak tools. The project goes on the two previous actions: European Coast Extension Project Sape Park and the network of the Botanical Gardens. In this slide, you can see the green macro areas highlighted in yellow color, which are different from each other in the position, landscape, species, composition, and functions. We observe the various phases of work, interested in the organization of the workflow. The first point is the definition of the project, where the active citizenship is required, reconnecting the urban structure and its function to citizens, and optimizing the management and maintenance of green spaces. The second point, we turn to data acquisition, carrying out a preliminary analysis of the site. Then we perform the data collection by remote sensing, environmental monitoring, and the sensor to collect arboreal species. The data flow is managed with a relational database in a GIS platform. Finally, this heterogeneous data set will be provided to tiered users, such as public administrators, managers, and citizens. The pipeline of work can be described as follows. After the phase of acquisition done with GNSS and UFV photogrammetry, data processing follows the well-known photogrammic procedure, combining multi-view stereo matching and structure from motion algorithms. Finally, the optimized outcome. The instrument used for the experiments are shown. In particular, a total station, a RTQGN SS receiver, and a civil drone. Afterwards, we can show an outcome list beginning with the image at we show the flight path carry out and the pictures that covered the whole garden. Our decision to use UAV photogrammetry is given by the possibility to generate high spatial resolution imagery to be used as background in the integration of vector data in the G software. In this way, the user can check the truth of the data and identify any criticalities in highly data-intensive environments. We have come to the discussion slide. We have described a method for integrating heterogeneous data streams optimized for the gamification of public green spaces. In the context of the climate challenge and the strategic responses, the objective is to reconnecting urban green areas with the city fabric. This problem has important implications for the planning of future cities. The set of geospatial data collected and managed in a distributed way will allow generating a series of services, including more effective monitoring, management, and use of the network of green areas of the city of Ancona. In particular, the app will make it possible to involve citizens better and promote the accessibility of green areas through real and virtual thematic paths. The use of latest generation geomatic technologies allow high accuracy of the data collected, integrating them with information communication technology. The database distributed in the cloud ensure data sharing according to the user security, such as WebGIS, apps, and other. To deepen the potential of new data collection technologies, the information communication technology and high-tech to these green spaces and transform them through cyberization and gamification processes. Setting up a standard database and a web server that collects the vast data flow and analyzes it on a larger scale to produce specific services, working practices, sustainable management approaches, policy making, precision landscape, and low care. And then finally, implementing the final version of the app that will be defined gardens gamification for the involvement of the largest number of users, influencing their experience and their actions. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to Stefano and to all the presenters. So I think we can start the discussion. We have a variety of, we have a list of questions already presented in the panel Q&A question. I would like to start just because I have a curiosity just related to the last presentation. So the question is for Stefano Chiappini. Here you used the concept of gamification. Gamification from a strictly technical approach implies the introduction of funny element in a given application. Based upon your last remarks, it is expected that these elements will be introduced later on with the distribution of the app. So because the gamification obviously includes interactions with people, because it is a sort of a social tool. No. So, what is your view and what is your expectation about this point? Because in our field, in the agricultural engineering field or environmental field, the concept of gamification is not so well known and shared. So if you can add something about this point.
Thank you for your question. The gamification is a similar game app. Maybe you remember app, the name Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go allow the user to discover a new place of the city, and thank the action and the virtual reality, the user can be interact in action and move in the city with the action and with the badge. And gamification for the garden, it is a new way of live the garden and a new way to live the situation and the interactive with the all green spaces areas.
Okay. There is a question for Andrea Tassi. I'm running through the list. How did you get the use of Google Earth engine data for your classification? What are the advantages and the disadvantages to use when compare the other satellite data in different from Sentinel, example Sentinel-2? The question is from Vorku, Ethiopia. So.
Okay. So the data are available on Google Earth Engine, and in particular for Sentinel-2 and also Landsat 8 data. And the goal of the paper is to compare the different approaches, and in particular pixel-based approach and object-oriented approach for each satellite, because we use different satellite and so different spatial resolution and so different amount of information. And so the data are available on Google Earth Engine, are free. And so this is just the workflow to define the goal of the paper.
Thank you. There are some questions to Giovanni, so to the second presentation, Giovanni Romano, I think, yeah.
No, Giovanni Ricci.
No, sorry, Giovanni. So yeah, second, Giovanni Ricci, the presenter. So, is there also application that can be used for the application of remote sensing in monitoring water stress related to the computer LAI, like for root and shoot ratio? So other.
Okay. Thank you for the question. And I think in this case, we can use, of course, the leaf area index to monitor the water stress, because it can be related to the water stress. The surface which the leaf can cover can change based on the evapotranspiration, and so can change in case of water stress. But I will suggest to use, in this case, maybe other indexes, other vegetation indexes that are also used in the precision agriculture, such as the NDVI, because I think it's more sensitive to this kind of issue.
Okay, an additional question is how do you think, always for Giovanni, how do you think light estimation could be improved by using satellite technology? There is a suggestion, perhaps with microwave data. Also, could ground truth data increase the accuracy of your final output? If so, what kind of ground data? So I have also a question from you, for you in this. in merit to this, but
thank you again for the question. And I will start saying yes, the ground truth data will be useful, and indeed we used some ground control point in the work using the plant canopy analyzer for the leaf array index. Microwave, of course, will be useful, but probably also using some other images like the UAV images. We can, for example, apply a multi-scale approach to better calibrate the results that we obtained. We can obtain with the satellite image, calibrating maybe the coefficient of the form of the equation that we used.
Okay, I think your work was quite interesting. Also, you finished with some critical points. No, you highlight several weakness, and this question seems to be to go in such a direction. But my question is also, do you think to perform also some comparatives trials using drones instead of satellite alone, or not? Or do you think it's not convenient, the application of drones for the objectives of your or not feasible?
Yes, I think that, of course, the application of drones could be useful. First, because we can have a picture of some areas that are difficult to assess, and in these reaches is often it is easy to find some areas that are difficult to assess, and so we can have some images, also 3D images of these areas, and moreover allow the drones with some sensor to measure, for example, the NDVI can allow us, as I said, to apply the multi-scale approach. So improve also the equation, and also to maybe have our equation, or to create our equation different from the equation that we found in the literature in the first approach.
Okay, so a question to Monica. Have you tried to perform similar studies, but by using LiDAR data from satellite sensor instead of drones? If not, do you think reliable data could be achieved using LiDAR satellite-based data in order to estimate the biomass? So what about LiDAR and satellite surveys in merit to the investigation you did?
Okay, basically, I didn't work with satellite image using this AIIA and this kind of tree. I think the most complicated is the spatial scale, and because with satellite you have you need to perform more corrections, like atmospheric correction, and then have your clean data. I think you can perform this kind of segmentation and estimation, but in general, the most important is the calibration of your model with the reality. And then if you have data in the resolution, the spatial resolution is important. And also a big database or construct a database according with all the cloud data. Because in general, for example, we use this software LiDAR 360, sorry, and was very nice software. It's faster in 3D views. And then when we analyze the data in Python, then the graphics are slower, meaning if you need to perform this kind of segmentation, and you need to build a big database and be aware about the data sets.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. There is a question, I think is a very general question I think can be turned to all the presenters. Please suggest which free remote sensing data and methodology is useful for assessment of agroforestry and species-wise classification? This is a quite general question. I don't know if someone of you wishes to give a general. I would say such a type of classification firstly must depend on the purpose of the survey and the purpose, conditions, the resolutions, and the resolutions conditions, the tool you want to apply. So so the question could take a long discussion. Anyone from you wishes to add some remarks?
Yes.
Maybe I can add a remark on that. Regarding the species classification, for sure we need to go at very fine spatial scales. And we have also research work starting now with citizen science and with photographs taken by people on the field straightly. It's not really remote sensing, but it's coming more and more. And there is an application called PlantNet. You can have it on your phone. And one of the objectives for this application is to recognize automatically the species, to locate it, and then to get the information through that. So it's a kind of free remote sensing image that can be used for that, and which is developing now.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a last question. No, there is also another one, but Piero Febo. Piero Febo, ciao Piero, is quite interested into gamification and is asking if also the creation of playgrounds for kids and adults are foreseen in these gardens. This is for Stefano, the Stefano Chiappini, the question. It was just about your presentation, Stefano.
Sorry. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If you
because
are expected, if you are expected also to design, to create playgrounds for kids and adults into your studies, into the gardens you described.
Yes, the basic of the study of the garden is understand the request of the stakeholder. The stakeholder, such as policy makers, citizens, and other subset. And then first point, we have to understand the complexity of the site and the place, and then we can place a lot of sensors such as beacon or geomatic or use geomatic tools to carry out the survey. And then the first analysis to collection the data, we can turn the second phase that is the geodatabase in a web GIS. And finally, we can provide this data at the third user.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I would like to turn a question to our invited talker, Jean-Stephane. I think your application was quite practical and interesting. in particular the evaluation of these blockage factors you mentioned. No, you finished saying that obviously there are still a lot of investigations and analysis to be carried out to refine the methodology. But due to the fact that I think this approach is quite practical and could be very useful also to designers, to engineers, and not only for researchers. No, what is your expectations about this point? Can you suggest a practical way to get a quick estimation of the section of the vegetation in the field, considering that also an estimation of the dynamic evolution of the vegetation is required to apply your model or your along the season, as you said. Also, some practical indications you expect to be feasible in merit to this. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the answer is not easy, because on a practical point of view, of course, the goal would be that, for example, an engineer, an operator on the ground, it just comes with his mobile phone, takes a picture and evaluate, for example, the Manning coefficient from that. To reach that, we still have some problems to do that regarding the scale, because well, it has to be very, very defined image to be able to do that. You have to get a scale in your image, simply that. And you also have to remove the geometry of the shape of the ditch to really catch the vegetation height. So this challenge are not so easy to be in practice. I'm sure it will come, but at this point, we are not we have not finished with that.
Yeah, so you expect to carry out more researches about to be, to be, in order to be more confident on this. There are some.
Yeah, Fabrizio, I think we need to
I think
move
we have
because,
finished the time.
Yeah.
Yes, and please, Paolo, we as a co-host cannot use the Q&A section.
Okay. You can simply just reply. Just thank you, Fabrizio, for this for chairing this interesting panel. A recommendation: please check the Q&A tool, Q&A, and then provide a question if just some speaker arises for the question, and we are not in time now to reply. So especially Andrea Tassi, I saw a few questions for you. Please check and you can reply during the next panel. Let's move to the next panel. Next panel is chaired by Professor Giuseppe Modica from University of Reggio Calabria.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you, everybody, to coming in this webinar. Our panel 3 is digital terrain analysis and soil erosion. We have in total 6 presentations, 2 of which are invited talks, and the first is an invited talk from Professor Xu from the AIIA University of Technology, China. And please, Yansu, share your screen to the webinar.
Thank you, Professor.
And okay.
I will give my presentation.
Okay. Okay, good.
Got it. Moment, please.
Yeah.
Dear colleagues, my name is Xianzhou Xu. I am from Dalian University of Technology. The topic I wanted to present today is topographometer, remote sensing with a novel three-dimensional surface measuring technique. My lecture includes the following 4 parts. Now, the first one, introduction. As we know, gravity erosion is the mass failure on the steeper slopes on the lowest plateau of China. Forms of gravity erosion include avalanche, landslide, earth flow, cliff, and so on. Gravity erosion is important process control the sedimentary structure and soil erosion. However, when we study the gravity erosion, we have 2 questions. The first question is, could the plants reduce gravity erosions on the steep slope? The vegetation has long been recognized as an efficient way to prevent soil erosion, and it is used in soil and water conservation efforts. However, the complex interactions between the plants and the mass failures present a challenge and are important yet unresolved issues in the field of the Earth surface processes. The second question: how to measure the gravity erosion? There are many references to tell us how to measure gravity erosions. Nevertheless, a problem common to all of the existing techniques is that the data were observed after the failure events, and the observed amount of gravity erosion has not been separated from other forms of erosion. Still, no such technique has been applied to the 3-dimensional object in the dynamic motion, especially on the lowest plateau of China. Very popular and very serious gravity erosion happening on this area. The gravity erosion happens randomly and suddenly, and it is difficult to be separated from other forms of erosion. For example, the water erosion or wind erosion. Furthermore, the mechanism of gravity erosion is different to other erosion, as I mentioned above. In this study, I wanted to present a new way to observe the gravity erosion, and I will demonstrate the relationship between the gravity erosion and the vegetation on the gully lowest side wall. The second part, methods and materials. In this study, I wanted to use a model landform under the dense simulated rainfall to demonstrate the role of the slopes on the gravity erosions. My experimental device include a sidewall model, a topographometer, and a rainfall simulator. The model landform is a landform with the gentle slope of 3 degrees and a steep slope of 70 degrees. The simulated rainfall is 0.8 minimum per minute, and the rainfall duration is 1 hour. The shrubs are distributed on the landform. We use topographic meter designed by ourselves to measure the gravity illusion during the experiment. First, the topographic meter emitted a group of parallel lasers to the slope surface and recorded a contour map of the steep slope relief under intense rainfall. The contour map will be recorded by using a video camera of my topographic meter. Second, given elevation for each contour in axis, the three-dimensional geometric shape of the target surface was then digitally reconstructed. At last, the volume of each individual slide mass was obtained by comparing the volumetric difference on the slope before and after each erosion incident. The method to process the data observed by the topographic meter is shown as follows. First, we get screenshot in QQ video and mark the landslide scar in Photoshop, and then we can portray the contour in the software at 2D. Third, we will set the contour headers and input the contour pointers in R2V. And at last, we can create a thin surface and calculate the volume of the given surface in ArcGIS. The amount of the gravity illusion was the volume of the slope in the moments before the incident, before the gravity illusion. Subject that after the incident, namely the gravity illusion. Our experiment shows that the relative errors among the volumes observed with the topographic meter and those of the conventional instruments were all within 10%. Now, the third part results in the discussion. 3.1 influence of the vegetation on the total amount of gravity illusion. As we know again, the plant have both the positive and the positive role on the gravity illusion. The plant could control the gravity illusion because the plant roots may reinforce the soil. On the other hand, the plant could also promote the gravity illusion because of the self-gravity of the plant and increase of the permeability of the soil. Our experiment shows that the total amount of gravity illusion for each rainfall event is only 12% smaller than that in the Bellland model. The difference is very small. We could say the influence of vegetation on the total amount of gravity illusion could be ignored in the condition of my experiment. And the second effects of vegetation on different types of gravity illusion. From this table, we could find that the gravity illusion play different roles on the different type of gravity illusion. The plant could decrease the amount of avalanche and the mudslide. The amount decreased by the plant to the avalanche and the mudslide is 72% and 29% for some respectively. But the plant could enhance the gravity illusion of landslides. The amount of landslides was increased for about 220% for each rainfall simulation. Hence, we can conclude that the plant may control the avalanche and the mudslide, while the shrub can aggravate the landslides on the lowest side wall. Hence, we could use shrubs to control the land, to control the mudslide and the avalanche on the lowest plate of China. All the results seems reasonable and fit to the practice of soil and water conservation in China. Now the last evaluation on the topographic meter. From 2009 on, my team began to design and fabricate the topographic meter. We have made five topographic meters, and the topographic meter has been used for several research workers, and they have successfully completed the observation of gravity illusion in this research experiments, including 3 natural science funds of China. The telegraph meter has been granted for 9 invention patents, including 2 United States patents. The meter also could be used to observe gravity illusion in field. This is the people who we observe the gravity
Sorry, Professor, so you have just 1 minute, please try to.
1 minute. Okay, thank you. So 1 week ago, we gained a gold prize in the National Invention Exhibition of China for our topography meter. Now conclusion, and the first one, method has been presented that could quantitatively measure the time variable gravity illusion in the whole place of rainfall event, and the topographic meter has completed a precise and rapid measurement of the slope behavior. Second, the influence of vegetation on the total amount of gravity erosion may be ignored. And at last, the vegetation on the gully sidewall had a different influence on the varied type of gravity erosion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Xu, for your very interesting presentation. As usual, question answers at the end of the panel. We have a dedicated session for 20 minutes. So we can proceed with the second presentation. Is monitoring of vegetated agriculture terraces systems through SFM TLS data fusion technique. Presenter, I think, is Sara Cucchiaro. Sara, are you ready?
Yes.
Can you share your screen, please?
Yes, is it possible if the other presenter, the presenter before me, doesn't stop his sharing?
I think you can share.
No, okay.
Professor Xu, can you leave?
Okay, okay, now I think works.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So good morning to everyone. I'm Sara Cucchiaro, a postdoc researcher at the University of Udine. But I work also with Professor Tarolli in Padova. In particular, I follow with him our ERC Advanced Grant Terrace project. That the aim of this project, sorry, is work. Oh, okay, sorry. The aim of this project is mapping European ancient terrace system using topographic techniques. As you see, we have a lot of study areas in Europe, and we use digital terrain models to analyze the geomorphometric point of view of these important anthropogenic landforms around Europe. In particular, we use digital terrain models obtained by LiDAR techniques. And sometimes this technology doesn't have enough resolution to study this particular landform. Because if we have, for example, a LiDAR of 1 meter resolution, sometimes the height of the terrace system is not very well surveyed with this kind of technology. So during this project, we improve the resolution of the digital terrain model used to analyze these landforms through other two types of technologies, in particular photogrammetry surveys using UAV and stratoformation technique, and TLS scanner for terrestrial point of view. And in particular, we develop methods and workflows to create a data fusion between these two techniques. In this way, we overcome the specific problems linked to these two techniques. I want to show you our work in remote sensing journal, where we studied two specific cases, one in Italy, one in Belgium, where we realize this data fusion of these two techniques to obtain better digital terrain models with higher accuracy and quality. Let's start with the first study area in Belgium, where we have a vegetative terrace complex, and this is the difficulty of this survey because it's a very big area where the vegetation covers completely the vertical part of the terrace. For this reason, we decide to use these two techniques, the TLS from a terrestrial point of view to survey the vertical part of the terrace covered by vegetation. Instead, the UAV system to cover a big area in a very few time and have a aerial point of view. The problems in this slide, I want to show you the problems linked with these two techniques. As you see, with the TLS, you need multiple scans, and it's impossible to survey the flat areas, for example. But in the other end, we are able to reconstruct the surface under the vegetation because the TLS penetrate the vegetation. Instead, for the photogrammetry survey, we have the problem that we have no data under the vegetation, but we are able to cover a big area. So we think that our solution of put together these two point clouds obtained by different survey works very well because we obtain very good results in terms of errors for both surveys. But the most difficult things was the co-registration of these 2 point clouds, because the planning and the location of the ground control points fundamental to co-register and merge together these 2 point clouds was the most difficult thing, because we need to have ground control points that are able to are visible from aerial and ground point of view. So we use, for example, both natural and build the ground control points, and using a different step of co-registration, manual and then using algorithm, we realize a very detailed merge of these 2 point clouds that allow us to realize a very detailed digital terrain model, in particular in the terrace part. And as you see, using only the UAV data, we have no data obviously in the area where it's vegetated. And if we add the TLS point cloud, we obtain a real surface and roughness of this particular agricultural system. And this helps us to improve our digital terrain model. The second case of study is in Italy, is in Soave, a Veneto region, and also here we have the same problems. Vegetation that cover part of the terrace systems and cover the vertical walls of the terrace. Also here we have a big area, so similar problems to the Belgium study, the study area. Also here was fundamental the planning of and the location of the ground control point that are visible from different point of view. And also here we realize separately the 2 surveys, and we have the same problems in terms of gaps in data for the stratum from motion surveys, that we have gaps on the vertical walls. But at the same time, with the drone, we could survey the flat areas of the terrace system. Instead, with the TLS survey, we realize a very detailed survey of the walls covered by vegetation. Also here we obtain great results in terms of accuracy. And also here a very big issue was the co-registration, because it's not easy to put together these 2 point clouds. But at the end, I summarize our workflow in this video, where we have the SFM data. We use filters to remove the vegetation of terrace walls. And also here you can see the problems in terms of gap of data for the walls, the vertical surface, because it's covered by vegetation. And adding the TLS data, we solve this problem, because we have a clear view of the vertical walls. Also here we remove the vegetation to extract only the vertical walls. In this way, adding this information to the SFM point cloud, we obtain a complete and optimal reconstruction of the terrace system. Also here, the co-registration steps was fundamental. In this way, we realize a very detailed digital terrain model and overcome the problems linked to these two technicals for surveying. And at the end, data fusion could be a very useful solution in this case of study, where we have vegetation, slope, and the morphology is not very easy to survey. But in this way, we solve this problem and we obtain good results in terms of higher resolution and in terms of reconstruct the roughness of this particular landform in a very well way. So thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Sarah, and especially thank you for your perfectly timing. We are ready to the third oral presentation. Actually, is an invited talk from Annette Ertner. And please, Sarah, you can close your screen. And Annette Ertner is showing a paper entitled Assessing Sediment Dynamics. Sorry, I just passed to the fourth paper. The correct title is Soil Erosion and SFM Covering Various Spatio-Temporal Scales. Please, Annette, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome everybody to my talk. And I will present to you approaches to measure soil erosion across spatiotemporal scales using SFM photogrammetry. And at the beginning, I will talk about previous studies to illustrate actually the potential and limits of SFM photogrammetry for that task. And later at the end, I will talk also shortly about ongoing research where we want to use structure for motion to measure soil erosion actually during rainfall events. And now, as most of you are aware, soil erosion is a very complex process with different sub-processes being effective at different scales. So for instance, you have at the
sorry, Annette, the presentation is not visible.
It's not visible.
No.
No, but I shared.
No. You have to share your screen.
Is it? I'm sorry. Is it now visible?
Now it's
okay.
Now
okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So just to go back, that was just to the title and the co-authors of the presentation. And now going back to the second slide. So as mentioned, there are erosion processes being effective at different scales. So you have, for instance, sheet and micro rill erosion due to shallow surface runoff at the smaller scale, and then you can measure rill erosion at larger scales due to concentrated runoff, and at the very large scale you have gully erosion. And of course there are already many different approaches available to measure soil erosions, but most of them are confined to different scales. For instance, you can very simply use erosion pins, which are good to measure at small scale erosion, but they only have a very low spatial resolution. Or you could use aerial images to measure larger scale erosion forms, but then again, you're not able to capture the small scale forms. And another very frequently used approach is the usage of erosion plots. But with these erosion plots, you are only measuring an average value for the entire area. And therefore, for instance, you are not able to distinguish between interrill and rill erosion. And now within the last 5 years, UAV photogrammetry has been proven to be very suitable actually to measure erosion across scales due to the very high resolution data you can acquire and due to the flexibility you can use this approach. And here I'm going to illustrate it for a case study at the landscape where we captured UAV imagery at very low flying heights, here in this case about 10 meters to have very high ground sampling distance of 3 millimeters. And the area of interest was kept free of vegetation for the entire observation of 10 months. And the area is about 20 times 30 meters. And what I would like to note here in addition is what is very important if you want to measure the soil erosion across time, that you have a very high reference for your multi-temporal assessment. So here in this case, we set up these ground control points around the area of interest and also in the area of interest on poles that were dug into the ground up to 1 meter. And then the accuracy was assessed also over the time. And in this case, we have an accuracy below 1 millimeter, so that we ensure that we measure changes later on, that they are indeed due to changes and not noise from the referencing. And now, of course, what you can do, something very simple, is just calculating the digital elevation models, as you can see here in the slide. And somehow it's not showing, I'm sorry to say, but it's actually an animated GIF, which you would usually see here of the changes over the time. But nevertheless, of course, you can calculate the elevation models. And here we captured it 4 times, once in autumn, and then after a long winter series with lots of heavy snow cover, we captured again. And then after a prolonging rainfall season, we captured a 3rd time, and then a final time after a thunderstorm. And if you look here at the bottom, this is just an extract of the orthophoto, but there you're already able to very well see the aggregate breakdown and crust formation, as well as the rill incision and deepening over the time. And of course, what you can do next is calculate DEM of differences, as you can see here, which is a very simple approach. And therefore you can, for instance, calculate the average height change over the time. And here in these scenarios, it was between 3 to 8 millimeters, the average height changes. And if you know the soil bulk density, of course, then you can also measure how much soil is lost per hectare. And here in this case, it ranges between 45 to over 120 tons per hectare, so quite large erosion volumes. And however, our measured values here with the UAV data is actually in quite close correspondence with tracer measurements, which we also performed here for long-term erosion measurement with cesium 137. And the result there indicated an erosion of over 30 centimeters within 50 years. So having an annual erosion rate of about 6 millimeters. So our 3 to 8 millimeters are within this range. And now, because we have these high resolution elevation models, and we have lots of rills that we could observe forming during the observation periods, now a next step would be to also evaluate the rill formation and change over time, and actually also extract the rills to differentiate between rill erosion and inter-rill erosion. And we've been doing this here with an image-based algorithm, the Kenny edge detector, to automatically extract the rill vaults. And then we could calculate, for instance, the parameters such as rill width and depth or erosion volume. And if we now put these different parameters into relation, we could actually see that over the time that it's the rill deepening is here at this landscape more important, or is happening a lot stronger than the rill widening. And due to the circumstance that we have now the very high accuracy of the multi-temporal data, we could also here show the impact of wind-driven rain, because we could measure that the rills are not just widening and deepening, but also laterally shifting. As you can see here in this figure, by these red arrows, they indicate the situation of the rill wall between 2 time steps. And we could see that they are mainly shifting into the eastward direction. And since this slope, or this hill slope, has a north-south orientation, and we are here in the zone of prevailing westerlies, we assume that this is mainly due to the impact of wind causing this shifting. And then we go to the next. Now we could show that it's quite suitable to use the UAV photogrammetry to measure erosion and soil surface changes. We then went to another plot to see how well the approach is transferable to other locations. And though here in this scenario, we then went to Spain to measure a larger hill slope area. And it also was kept free of vegetation here in this time, this circumstance for in total 2 years. And we captured here the surface of the soil each time after stronger precipitation events in spring and in autumn. And the plot here has a size of about 40 to 50 meters. And then now you can see here again the digital elevation models or hill shaded elevation models, which we calculated. And now in this animation, you can see the change of the soil surface over the time. On the one hand, you can see how the roughness is changing or how rills, for instance, are forming at the soil surface. But if you are looking very closely, you can also detect here something else. And what you can see is that actually during the summer season, the entire soil surface is decreasing in height, and during the winter season, it's increasing in height. And if you calculate the DEM of difference again, you can see this actually even better. As you can see here, this is for the winter season, so from September to March, the height changes, and you can see that in areas it's increasing its height up to 3 centimeters and more. And during the corresponding summer season, it decreases its height again, also up to over 3 centimeters. And if you average it over the entire periods we were observing it, we could actually see that the height would increase up to 1 centimeter on average, or decrease up to 1.5 centimeters on average. So here, this is of course not happening due to soil erosion, but actually due to the processes of swelling and shrinkage. And so at this plot, it's actually, we could actually show that that is one obvious limit of the UAV-based application, that non-erosion processes such as swelling and shrinkage, but also compaction of the soil surface due to raindrop impact, are hindering the assessment of soil erosion. And then, after we now could show that the photogrammetry approaches are very suitable to increase the spatial resolution and to actually measure different processes, it's the same method. Now, the next step was to actually also improve the temporal resolution of our data. So not just to capture changes before and after an event, but actually also during the event. So here, this is just an illustration of one image captured every 10 seconds for a thunderstorm event, where we put up a camera, and they are just already looking at one image. You can extract very valuable information, for instance, such as the change of the soil surface, or also the runoff formation and the change over time. But if you are not just using one camera, but actually setting up several cameras, which have an overlapping perspective at the area of interest, then it is possible to actually calculate elevation models over the time. So here in this case, you can see over here on the top right, the rainfall simulator, which we used as a first experiment. And then we set up 3 different cameras over here, and they captured now images every 10 seconds during the entire experiment, which lasted about 90 minutes. So at the end, we calculated about 540 digital elevation models. And these then we use in the next step to perform a time series analysis. But we also measured here at this rainfall simulation, since it's all under controlled conditions, we were also able to measure the sediment yield at the bottom of the erosion plot, as well as the runoff. And this is illustrated here in the top graph. So the dotted line is actually the runoff, which was measured at the plot. And this continuous line here is the sediment yield measured. And at the bottom, you here can see with the black line, these are the average height changes over the time. So the first digital elevation model before the rainfall is our reference model, and also subsequent elevation models are subtracted from the first one. And what you can see at the beginning of the, when the rainfall is now here starting, after 5 minutes, we start the rainfall experiments. And what you can see at the beginning is not actually erosion, but an uplift of the entire soil surface, especially at the lower part, which is presumably due to hydrostatic uplift. And also due to the formation of pools on the surface. And this continues until about over 10 minutes. And afterwards, you still have an increase in the average height, but not as strongly anymore. And this is actually due to the circumstance that now the erosion is balancing out these uplifting processes, which is also indicated that now at this point, we start to measure sediment yield at the outlet. And this goes on after about 22 minutes. And afterwards, we have a steady decrease in soil surface height due to erosion, mainly in the interval areas and aggregate breakdown. And then after about 50 minutes, we added some additional runoff to simulate runoff across the soil surface. And we added the runoff twice. And due to the additional runoff, of course, the changes are going to be more significant and eventually leading to a net negative change of the soil surface height. And at the end of the experiment, now you can see here the resulting change over the time, and we could observe, besides this interrill erosion, we can also see some river pool sequence within this rill here, as we have some areas of accumulation as well as erosion. And now we are taking these experiences which we captured now with these rainfall simulations, go to the next step, where we actually want to measure the soil surface changes and in the field and doing actual rainfall events. So what we did now here, these are now preliminary results, and also basically a description of the setup which we are using. We set up here in Spain. We were setting up 4 cameras and to observe a gully sidewall and its change over time. So here you can see the cameras which were installed, and each of these cameras is taking a daily picture. But in addition, these cameras are triggered by a rain gauge. So this is a rain gauge over here, and it consists of a tipping bucket. And each time it's tipping, it's about every 0.2 millimeters, the cameras are triggered. So we actually have an event-based data acquisition approach here. And the entire setup is the design of the control of the cameras is illustrated with this schematic down here. And it's basically just a simple Arduino system, which is controlling the rain gauge. And in addition, since Arduino, it's possible to also implement other low-cost sensors. Here we also actually use a soil moisture sensor as well as temperature sensors to get some more information about the weather and the soil condition. And the entire system is integrated into the Internet of Things infrastructure, so we can actually download the weather data every 10 minutes. And now I can show you some first results. And this is for the gully sidewall. At the top, you can see the 3D reconstruction of the gully site for just one time instance. And then here you can see just some extracts for the change over the entire time of about 6 months. And however, at the moment, we are not really able to indeed see any erosion yet, because this is mainly captured during the summer season. So we did not have too many rainfall events, but nevertheless, we can already see that we have some positive changes due to vegetation growth, and also some changes here at the soil erosion mitigation measure. And so the next step will then be to wait for the data process the data from the winter time. And also
please go to the end of the presentation. You have just 1 minute, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. This was my last slide anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So as said, so this is these are the first results, and one bigger goal is in general to use actually these high spatiotemporally resolved data also in soil erosion models to actually improve the parameterization of these models. So that's it for my talk.
Thank you, Annette, for your interesting presentation. And we are now ready for the 4th presentation by Federico Catorsi and Sara Cucchero, Lorenzo Marchi, and Marco Cavalli. The title is Assessing Sediment Dynamics and Torrent Control Works Efficiency in a Debris Flow Catchment Using Multitemporal Topographic Surveys. The presenter, I think, is Federico Catorsi. I'm right?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Our work is a mountain work. Is not it's a field work in the mountain environment. I can say the same techniques, but in a different environment in respect to the previous intervention. we start from some giving us some aims and some objectives. The problem was to monitor the hydrometeorological processes in the sediment dynamic in a debris flow prone watershed using high resolution surveys, and the final aim was to assess the efficiency of the existing torrent control works and to plan eventual further control works, or best to say, to plan how to do better or improved efficiency control works. The techniques we use are always almost the same, starting from LiDAR, from airborne LiDAR, for the general view of the watershed at the catchment scale, and then photogrammetric surveys with a structure from motion technique at the channel scale. So we can talk of multi-temporal topographic surveys of 4D topographic surveys. The catchment is close to the boundary with Austria, in the northern part of northeast Italy, of course. Is a very debris flow prone catchment. Watershed is rather small, and you can see the main physical characteristics on the bottom. And is a watershed that have been monitored since 30 years ago, starting from 1989. Now we monitor it in a collaboration with the National Council, Research Council in Padova. The monitoring system is rather simple. There are 3 pluviometers in the 3 points on the upper right figure, and in the final section of the watershed we have 2 ultrasonic sensors that monitor and record the water stage and the debris stage, of course, and a camera 20 hours that works full time, 20 hours on 20 hours, and records what happens. In the lower figure you see a debris flow wave event in 2016, and it was a significant as volume and as a behavior, a significant event, but we record very many events, I mean, in time. We can see it immediately. For this reason, the frequency of the debris flow and the magnitude of the debris transport, sediment transport, the watershed is rich of control works. In the last 30 years, many control works have been built, mostly check dams, and these check dams had alternative sources. I mean, there are check dams with few sources, other that works. Anyway, I want to specifically consider a reach. We monitor several reaches of the torrent. I won't focus now on a reach where some check dams were built at the end of the last century, and in in 2002, 18 years ago, an event outflanked on the right wing these check dams that now has been rebuilt, and destroyed another check dam that is downstream of these two, a few meters downstream. Well, the check dam this check dam was reconstructed. The upper check dam was reconstructed in 2015, 5 years ago, and the further check dam was built immediately downstream of the same check dam. So we can see now the behavior of the torrent in this specific reach. The old check dam in 2002 outflanked on the right wing. The check dam, as soon as it was reconstructed in 2015, as you can see, the flow is on the right part of, and in just 1 year after, the flow was again on the right wing, and this happens almost continuously in 17, 18, 19. You can appreciate even the magnitude of the different deposition of of some debris flow events that have succeeded in the same area. We have 7 recorded events between 2015 and 2019. There's a rather elevated frequency. We use ground-based and airborne pictures, digital pictures with a structure for motion techniques, ground control point. We have a methodological workflow well suited for the specific situation. Using the data from these frequent surveys, we work with substantially with different of dams to assess the sedimentation and erosion in the different areas. This should be, no, it is not working, should be so working on sedimentation and erosion areas, we can follow the dynamics of the bed during during the period from each debris flow and the other debris flow, best to say from each survey and the successive survey. We, of course, we did separate the different areas. These are check dams upstream, in the middle area between the two check dams. On the right bank, that is interested from a deep erosion, and below the downstream check dam. So we can quantify the erosion and the deposition of each area, and analyze these sediment dynamics to assess the efficiency of the dams. As you can see, the new check dam, that is a very big structure, is already in destruction, is already affected by erosion. We see this was a picture taken before the construction of the new dams in 2013, and this a recent picture taken after the construction or the build of the dam. As you can see, the flow is always on the right bank, always, and this means that the efficiency of the dam is very low in this case. Just yesterday we was there, and we saw that the situation is deeply worsened, even worsened with this dam, with reef. Of course, we work also at a basin scale using airborne laser scanner. We have three sequence LIDARs, 2003, 2009, and 2013. The procedure is almost the same. The detail is lower, of course. The detail is 1 meter by 1 meter, but the procedure is the same. We work with DODs and different dams, and we work mostly with connectivity index, because we saw that the connectivity index and the difference of connectivity index can explain rather efficiently the effectiveness of the dams. Essentially, we saw that a high connectivity index means an erosion area, and the low connectivity index means a deposition area. So analyzing even the difference of connectivity index in the temporal on the temporal basis, we can see that the dams affects the flow, of course, the flow of the water and of the sediment, but they are not so efficient for the purpose for which they were built. So this is a summary map in which we can see the erosion areas in red, the deposition areas in blue, and the difference of connectivity index. You can see that an increase of connectivity index is mostly concentrated in an erosion areas, where a decrease of connectivity index is associable to deposition areas. So we see that these techniques applied to this basin, but I presume to any similar situation, are very powerful to show the behavior of the torrent and to show the efficiency of the control works. In this case, we must see a low efficiency of the control works, mostly low. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Federico. And we are ready for the fifth presentation from Lorenzo Martini, Primary Impacts and Cascading Processes of the Via Storm in the Rio Cardon Mountain Catchment, Belluno Province. Please, Martino, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see the presentation? Okay,
yeah.
Everything is fine. Okay. So hello to everybody. I'm Lorenzo Martini, and today's work will be presented together with my fellow PhD student Giacomo Pellegrini. So we are still in a mountain area, and the title of our presentation is Primary Impacts and Cascading Processes of the Via Storm in the Rio Cardon Mountain Catchment, Belluno Province. So the basic concept is the occurrence of a large infrequent disturbance. So an event that is defined as complex, random, and chaotic, and able to suddenly change the dynamics and the processes of a mountain catchment. Large infrequent disturbances are also responsible for primary and secondary events or effects. Among the primary effects, we find usually loss of forest cover, hill slope instabilities, and the formation of new sediment sources. But they are also responsible for secondary effects that are usually causing a chain of events defined as cascading processes. Such secondary effects are usually recruitment of large wood,
changes in the sediment transport capacity, and sometimes downstream morphological changes for the channel network. The study area is the Rio Cordon catchment located in the Veneto region, Belluno province. It is a small dolomitic catchment, 5 square kilometers, that it has a typical alpine condition, so high elevation, high slopes, and low forest cover. The peculiarity of this area is the presence of a monitoring station located at the outlet of the basin that before 2018 was able to continuously monitor sediment and water fluxes. However, in 2018, a major storm occurred and affected the catchment as well as the surrounding region, the Via storm. Just to give you an idea of the impact, we estimated a cumulative rainfall of 331 millimeters in less than 72 hours, and an estimated peak water discharge of 17.5 cubic meter per second, which in the cordon corresponds to a recurrence interval of more than 100 years. This is the situation of the monitoring station. So the storage area after the Via event was completely filled by a huge amount of sediment. And all the catchment was severely affected. So we thought to study first the primary impacts of this event by using LiDAR data. We had 2 LiDAR surveys, the first in 2006 and the second made right after the event, so in 2019. So we exploited mainly orthophotos and digital terrain models at 0.5 meter resolution in order to study and to investigate the reactivation of potential new sediment sources, eventually changes along the main channel, so along the main Rio Cordon channel. And we wanted also to assess the sediment volume that we found at the storage area. To do that, we applied orthophoto interpretation and depth of difference technique. So very briefly, the preliminary results, we found 14 new sediment sources. Among these 17 new sediment sources, 4 were potentially supplying sediment to the active channel. So we estimated a rough 450 cubic meters of sediment contributed to the active channel. And then we studied the active channel. We have seen a major change in the active channel as it expanded from more or less 8,000 square meters to almost 40,000 square meters. And then we measured the net erosion, which was almost 7,000 cubic meters of material eroded and transported downstream. In a very specific area of the active channel, we also found 140 trees removed and uprooted that were then interacting with the water fluxes. The final estimate at the monitoring station gave us the following results. So we found almost the same amount of sediment deposited at the outlet as the one eroded in the active channel. And the rough estimation was 7,600 cubic meters.
So besides having analyzed the primary impacts of the Via storm on the Rio Cordon Basin, we started also focusing on the secondary impacts of the event itself. So to do so, we are applying 2 different methodologies. The first one regards the hydrological and sediment transport data. To do so, we installed 2 multi-parameter sonde measuring the water level and the turbidity. We installed them in the upstream part of the wind throw affected area and in the downstream part of the wind throw affected area. The first one registers the suspended sediment load of the upstream part of the main channel, while the second one wants to analyze whether or not this wind throw affected area contributes to the suspended sediment load. We decided to install this second sonde because in the last summer, the in-channel wood was removed and therefore fine sediment transport is ready to be transported. The aim of this analysis is to detect the changes in the suspended sediment fluxes, as well as to test, as I said, the hypothesis that a wind flow affected area highly contributes to the suspended sediment load. So as regards this analysis, we were able to catch two events during the last months. The first one regards the period in the middle of September 2020, while the second one, the beginning of October. In this case, we found that there were similar trends between the downstream and the upstream wind flow affected area. But if you see also, as highlighted in the figures, the suspended sediment load peak as regards the downstream cross-section, so the one downstream the wind flow affected area, the peak of suspended sediment load is higher. However, of course, this is still an ongoing work, so we need medium long-term monitoring in order also to catch other kind of flood events, such as snowmelt and other summer and autumn storms. Moreover, of course, further analysis are needed, especially on the comparison between these data and the data prior the VAIA event. As I said before, we are applying two different kinds of methodologies. So the second kind of methodology is the application of UAV surveys. We are in fact trying to do multiple UAV surveys right after each ordinary flood event in order to identify sediment sources area. Of course, from the drone flights, we are recreating the digital terrain model by applying the structure for motion approach. The idea is then to support the outcomes of the results obtained from the hydrological and sediment transport analysis. So, to conclude, of course, this is an ongoing work, so we are still optimizing our results, our preliminary results. So we hope that by the end of the year, we will have our preliminary results to validate the data. But of course, also in this case, it's the long-term monitoring. So what we can say about our study is that the primary effects occurred mainly along the channel network rather than along the hill slope inside the Rio Cordon Basin, and that the alluvial processes were the predominant cause of the massive deposition at the storage area, as Lorenzo explained very well. On the other hand, we can also state that the cascading processes have started, and they also started to significantly contribute to the suspended sediment load, as you have seen from our first results on the multiparameter sonde. Of course, ideally, so this is a future perspective, the application of the UAV surveys will help us in the identification of the sources that will contribute to the increase of the suspended sediment load. The final slide wants just to highlight the fact that the VAIA storm has really represented the ground zero point for the Rio Cordon. And so now it's our turn to continue our monitoring and hoping to fulfill this gap. We thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we can proceed now with our last presentation by Luca Mauri, Eugenio Straffellini, Sara Cucchiaro, and Paolo Tarolli. The title is UAV SFM 4D Mapping of Landslides Activated in Steep Terraced Agricultural Context. The presenter is Luca Mauri, I think, and Luca.
Yeah. Good morning.
You can share your screen.
Of course.
And as you know, you have 10 minutes, and I think you're in advantage for your time.
Okay.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So good morning to everyone, and thanks for participating to this very interesting meeting. So I'm Luca Mauri, PhD student at University of Padova, TESAF department, and today I'm going to present you a UAV structure from motion mapping of landslides activated in a steep agricultural context. So land degradation in agriculture represent a serious issue for agricultural system as a whole. And in particular, land degradation affecting cultivated areas is mainly due to several factors, such as human pressure, land management, climate change, and specifically in terms of increasing frequency and intensity of extreme meteorological events, wildlife presence, erosion, and landslides occurrence. In this regard, the presence of road networks in agricultural systems plays a primary role in the activation of land degradation processes such as landslides. And the role played by roads in such dynamics is a topic that needs further investigation in the scientific point of view. Well, today I'm going to present you a specific case study about multi-temporal geomorphological and hydrological analysis of roads-induced landslide activated in a terraced vineyard. So the study area is located in Trento province, northern Italy. It has an extension of more or less 2 hectares, an average slope of 27 degrees, and hosts a road network that is made mainly by concrete materials with some unpaved sections. So 2 UAV-based surveys were performed in October and in December 2019. The first one revealed the presence of a first landslide that is called L1, located below a paved section of the road, and the presence of an older, already collapsed surface that we called L3. The second UAV survey highlighted the presence of another landslide, L2, and highlight also an evolution of failure processes affecting the L1 zone, as you can see in the picture below. So firstly, multi-temporal geomorphological analysis was performed through the computation of depth of difference. So starting from the structure from motion derived point clouds, digital elevation models were elaborated and compared in order to perform the DOD, adopting the multiple error assessment method in order to identify specific error surfaces, starting from the classification of different surface typologies among the study area. A row and the threshold DOD were elaborated with the final budget segregation computed for the landslide zone. Secondly, the multi-temporal features extraction was elaborated and compared so as to describe the evolution of landslides dynamic affecting the study area among time. So the feature extraction firstly needs the computation of maximum curvature, which was secondly thresholded in order to correctly extract geomorphological features that are landslides chrome and also geomorphological changes inside the landslide zones. And finally, the comparison between the extracted and the observed features on field was computed by the calculation of the quality index. It is very useful in order to underline the accuracy of the future extraction procedure by the computation of this kind of specific statistical analysis. So, regarding the depth of difference, the evolution of the graded surface is expressed by the map you can see, and the DOD underlines the presence of erosion and deposition zones close to the collapsed surfaces. Also highlighting the dynamics of the landslides occurred under specific road section. And in the table are reported the value, very simple, of erosion deposition value from L1 and L2 that are the budget segregation outcomes. Regarding the feature extraction, well, the comparison of maximum curvature for the first detected landslides is reporting the figures A and B. So observing the figures is notable an increase of Cmax that highlight the evolution of landslide chrome that is evident in red colors, as well as the presence of geomorphological alteration inside the landslides zone. Figures C and D show the extracted features in black, the observed features in white, and the arrows indicating the main correspondences between them. The same observation can be done observing the figures reporting this slide that regards the computation of maximum curvature and feature extraction and the comparison among time regarding the L2 zone. Secondly, multi-temporal hydrological analysis were computed. In particular, we applied the simulated water erosion model, SIMWE. SIMWE is a plot scale, physics-based and spatially distributed model, and is able to simulate hydrological overland water flows and sediment dynamics. And it is composed by two different modules. The first one, the so-called air sim water, analyzed the water flow. The second one, the sediment module, analyzed the sediment dynamics. In this work, the role of the road in the alteration of water flow directions was investigated, focusing on the water module of the model. So, rainfall peaks recorded by a local meteo station located inside the study area were used as rainfall input values for the model. And then we did other simulation with different rainfall values in order to analyze the interaction between rainfall values, road presence, and the landslide activation. And the absence of the road was simulated, modified them with a specific smoothing procedure, and we compare the outcomes of the simulation with the road and without the road. So, regarding the results of simulation, and well, in this figure you can see in the three figures above, you can see as the road is responsible for a notable deviation of water flow direction downstream in the direction of the landslide zone. So what's happened? Water flows coming from the upper part of the vineyard are deviated by the road and intercept the landslide zone in a more relevant way as the rainfall increase. Black arrows indicates significant changes in water flow direction due to the presence of the road, where water directly intercept the landslide zones. At the same time, yellow arrows underline the presence of relevant water depth values close to specific zone of the roads with notable water flow deviation close to the landslides area. And the same outcomes and the same discussion can be done observing the figures reporting in this slide that regards the L2, so the second landslide zone, where water direction in the no road scenario doesn't intercept the landslide zone, potentially reducing the impact of water flows in the activation of landslides. So the application of this model underlines how the presence of the road is important and notable in the consequent deviation of water flow direction in the downstream, and in considering also the presence of collapsing surfaces. So, concluding, the presented research firstly represent a further application of UAV-based area resolution digital elevation modeling and the comparison among time, and further underlines the possibility to perform such investigation and such geomorphological and hydrological analysis at the hill slope scale. This work underlines also the usefulness of multi-temporal feature extraction in the investigation of such dynamics. And finally, the multi-temporal analysis of rainfall influence on landslides activation can be performed also considering the active role of roads in both water flow deviation and consequently in the terrain collapsing. So future challenges starting from this work. First, this research could be useful in the identification of landslide-prone areas in order to realize efficient drainage systems along the roadway. Moreover, further investigation can be performed so as to mitigate the occurrence of this kind of risk scenario. And finally, the proposed multi-temporal analysis of landslide dynamics and the roads interaction could be useful in the identification of probable landslide-prone zones in order to propose also the adoption of efficient and local interventions. So thank you for your attention, and I'm here for a question.
Okay, thank you, Luca. And we are now ready to start our discussing section. So question answer questions and session. And first, I would like to thank all the speakers for your very interesting presentations. And if I try to collect some keywords arising from our session, from our panel session, at least 4 keywords can be highlighted. The multi-temporality, because several of your contributions dealing with multi-temporality. Another keyword is the multi-source, because you use the data from UAV, from satellite aerial surveys, and also on-field surveys. Therefore, data source is a challenging for our research. And also the last keywords that I would like to highlight is that dynamic analysis, because you inserted the 4th dimension. At least the final and also the presentation of Cucchiaro and altri, dealing with the 4th dimension, so the temporal dimension. I think this is very interesting. But about questions arose from the question and answered from the Zoom panel. We have at least two questions from Professor Xu, and the question is, how can the results from the micro experiment under controlled conditions using the topography meter you proposed can be scaled to the slope scale or even larger in the losses plateau as control factors, slope, length, erosivity, surface cover, and how these factors can affect the analysis? Professor Xu, are you listening?
Yes, I'm answering the question. The questions are valuable, very interesting. I'm writing answer the questions. Yes, I have conducted a model in the laboratory. The model are small. Actually, I cannot calculate the amount of erosion of a total of the catchment. But I can calculate later the ratio of the gravity erosion to the water erosion of Gully side wall. Because my model is a part of a segment of the side wall of the catchment. Surely I can detect the mechanism of the gravity erosion on the Gully side wall, because since in laboratory we could carefully simulate the process of the mesophilius on the side wall, and we can carefully observe the process of the mesophilius on the Gully side wall. We can know why the gravity erosion happened, and how many and how the impact factors affect the gravity erosion. The impact factors include the slope heat, and the rainfall duration, and so on. Yes, very good, very good. Very able.
Another question also for you, Professor Xu, is what is the measuring footprint when you try to use your apparatus on the field? Where is the area of survey?
Yes, I'm writing the answer. I observe the process of gravity erosion in field using my topographimeter together with movable laboratory. The laboratory could be built in the field for one day. For one day, we could build a movable laboratory, and then in this laboratory, we could use my topographimeter to observe the process of the gravity erosion on the Gully side wall. And the Gully side wall was only made by cut the surface of the Gully, and we will not destroy the structure of the slope.
Okay, thank you, Professor Xu, for your answer.
In the international journals. Yes.
Thank you very much. And we can proceed with a question for Annette Ertner. The question is, using the camera system to build them during the 19-minute rainfall event, aren't you building a roof over the region of interest?
Yes.
And with this roof, the splash erosion cannot be taken into account. This is the question made by Kevin Hamann.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm not really sure what is meant by that the cameras are generating a roof above the area of interest, but because they're actually not. But in general, regarding the splash erosion, of course, with the cameras, they are measured within the area of interest as part of the interval erosion. And considering splash potentially maybe out of the area of interest, we also put some geotextiles around the area of interest and measured it also the out of area splash. And it was actually marginal in this case study.
Okay, thank you very much. We have also a question for Cadorzi, and the question is, as we worked on sediment dynamic, I need to know that can we use remote sensing data for investigation of sediments, weathering rate over a period of time, and how we can downscale those images up to that level and incorporate that information in mathematical models for future simulation.
But actually, I think it is a scale problem substantially. If you take closer pictures, you can obtain a finer resolution. So you can investigate smaller changes, smaller dynamics, small scale dynamics. But frankly, I have no experience to say at which scale we can arrive, we can do it.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have other questions. This question is not specific, but I think it refers to Martini et altri. And the question is, did you consider using synthetic aperture radar data for mapping the investigated areas? SAR techniques, I mean.
So first of all, we need to get what the person means with the area, if it means the whole catchment or just the stream. But just to give an answer, I would say that that could be a good source of a good suggestion. But we are using LiDAR, which is a very high resolution source of data, and I think that using the SAR, the synthetic aperture radar, will decrease the resolution, or in the same work, using two different sources of data could be a new source of errors. So I would take the suggestion maybe for future work, for example. But for this one, we think that it might be useful to stick with the same source of data rather than using two different methodologies. But it could be a good suggestion for future works, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Lorenzo. Actually, we also had another question from Cucchiaro et altri, but I think that Sarah just answered to the question. The question was about the co-registration of 3D data using the iterative closest point technique. But I think another question that I would ask to Sarah is about the processing of 3D data, for example, about data clouds cleaning in the pre-processing steps to try to diminish their amount of data, because we know 3D cloud data are a huge amount of data normally, and I ask you if you provide some data cleaning before the pre-processing.
Yes, sure. The vegetation problem is a big issue in terms of filtering. So we use different steps for filtering our point cloud. First, manual filter, where we will remove the big vegetation. Then we use other type of filter. In this case, in Cloud Compare, there is a lot of type of filter that you can use. For example, source filter. There is a statistical way to filter the noise, and other kind of filters and options that you can find in Cloud Compare. That is a free software, and this helps to work in steps for this problem. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Giuseppe,
we have also other more general questions, but I would like to ask to Annette a very general question about the 3D reliability of UAV data on DoD analysis, for example. Annette, would you like to give us some of your opinions in this type of issues?
Yes, so regarding the reliability of the UAV data, of course, if you use structure for motion, there are several aspects you have to consider, as for instance, trying to have a well-distributed ground control points and maybe also using convergent images. But in general, as we did here in these studies, just considering a standard workflow, we also compared them to digital elevation models estimated with LiDAR data. And here we had a deviation of about 8 millimeters. And thereby we are not even sure if it's due to the LiDAR, which also has some noise, or to the SFM approach. So you can get actually very high accuracy. And of course, the lower you fly, the better the resolution, and also the more accurate you will have the height changes.
Thank you very much, Annette, for your comprehensive answer.
Giuseppe?
I think there is a question from Nicolita.
Yeah.
Yes,
and then maybe we can then have the lunch break, very short lunch break.
Nicolita, please.
Yes, thank you so much. So I want to launch a question to all the people that are using drones and LiDAR, both terrestrial or aerial LiDAR in topographic analysis. What do you think about or which will be the technology to resolve the issues that, for example, structure from motion has, and also LiDAR has sometimes? Basically, we speak here about vegetation, because you can apply one of the techniques or both, but mainly where you do not have a lot of vegetation. How do you see this thing?
Who wants to try to answer these stimulating questions?
Just to help you. Yes.
Maybe Sara, maybe Luca.
Yes, sure. In our case of study, for example, the data fusion on different techniques helps, because, for example, with the vegetation, the startup from motion is a problem in some case of study. So my idea is to solve this problem, use different technologies that help you to overcome specific problems. In our case of study, is evident this thing.
Yeah, if I can add something.
Yes, Luca, are you welcome?
For my case study, indeed, the problem of vegetation was, well, translates into the DEM errors at the end of the structure for motion procedure, no? Okay. Because the UAV survey was done in different period, in October and December, so there was a different level of foliage and the vegetation in the vineyard. So because of we did a very high resolution terrain reconstruction, this difference in terms of vegetation presence, the leaf of the vineyard, translates into some noises in the dam elaboration. So maybe it can be a problem regarding a multi-temporal survey at a very high scale in agricultural system, but we avoid these problems in a very accurate manual filtering of point clouds in a filter application, in cloud compare, and also in pay attention to avoid no data in the foliage values.
Okay. Thank you for the speakers. And Paolo, I think we can go.
Yeah, just exactly a message for all. Thank you, Giuseppe, for chairing this interesting panel. Also, this third panel was, from my point of view, very interesting, very technical, and we saw some very detailed analysis in different, of course, landscape context. A very important message for all. I wrote, I sent the message or even on the chat. Now we have a very short lunch break